Thank you. Sorry, this machine is doing something strange here. Can you just give me a second here, please, Madam Speaker? I'm not quite figuring out what's happening here. Okay, I think we've got it. Thank you, and I appreciate your patience. The technology sometimes doesn't work properly. Thank you very much for just allowing me to say these few words in the next 30 minutes or so. I start where the last speaker ended, and during his presentation, the member of Parliament for St. Anne's, talked in passing about the burning of a building on the BAMSI premises. I thought actually that they were going to make a meal of this since they had done such a masterful propaganda job in the campaign. I guess that was in 2012, the 2012 campaign.
2017.
Was it the 2017 campaign? Or the building? Yeah, right. BAMSI was a burned down building. Yeah, masterful campaign. If you believed what they said, which, you know, the public obviously bought into it. And for a while there, they had me go in too. So I thought to myself, though, the proof is in the pudding. I better go over and see what is actually going on in BAMSI. And I went there, and it's remarkable. Had nothing to do with a burning building or a burned down building. This was a huge agricultural project, which was the result of the vision of Right Honorable Perry Christie, based on an address which he heard in 1980 by the late Sir Lyndon Pinley, who said that 1980 would be the year of self-sufficiency for the Bahamas in food. And later repeated in the speech of 1982 at the Progressive Liberal Party's convention, when the party itself made a commitment to move toward self-sufficiency in food. As it stands, these things in government take ages, and it's a project that you have to keep working at. And I heard the criticism about there was no master plan. But again, those of us who are now coming into government know if you wait on a master plan, you'll never get anything done. So you better try, put what you could in the ground, and hope the paperwork catches up later. And that's why BAMSI exists now, and we're here arguing over what form BAMSI should take going forward. But it was a visionary step by the former Prime Minister to move us toward food self-sufficiency. And I'm not going to make neat distinctions about whether BAMSI is an educational institution and whether it's competing with people for food. The fact is that if it produces bananas, what are you going to do with them? Throw them away or sell them to market in Nassau? I mean, seems to me, you know, as night follows day, you sell them to people in Nassau if you can. But what I found when I went there was, and I went there to accompany the Chinese ambassador at the time to see what was actually going on. And what I found was a remarkable set of circumstances. They told me that they had done extensive work on the history of agriculture and where agriculture was, in fact, in the Bahamas at the time. They said, for example, Long Island, which is an island known as the island for sheep, that the stock had run down, and that the idea was that BAMSI would be able to help improve the stock, and they showed the goats and the sheep that they had there. They were cultivating bananas, to help improve the stock. So if farmers wanted to buy stock for bananas, they could come there and do so. They were doing experiments in limes. They said that they had done a study, something which we all know. Bahamians on a Saturday morning like to have boiled fish, and they need to have lemons with their boiled fish. So there was a shortage of citrus, and therefore you invest in limes. The tourists come to the country, and when they think of coming to the Bahamas, they think of a tropical paradise. And what is a tropical paradise? It's got to have coconut trees, but no coconut trees in the Bahamas. So they were growing coconuts to be able to restock and supply. So this was all good news as far as I was concerned. And as I said, though, our opponents had done this remarkable propaganda job about this burned down building at BAMSI. And then to meet the students who were there were enthusiastic. They were young people, and they were interested in farming. And the issue always with farming, of course, is capital. So I was telling my colleagues that listening to the debate today, the division between us is a philosophical or ideological one. We believe that agriculture has to be driven by the government, in fact, subsidized by the government. And if it doesn't, it's just not going to get off the ground. The business of the private sector and public-private, that's all fine if you could get it to work. But the government has to drive agriculture, even if they're in it themselves. No other way. And we've been struggling with this from the early 20th century. And the reason why I decided to speak on it is because being an old man now, I remember all these things. I came home in 1974, and my very first job at the then Public Affairs Division of the Bahamas Information Services was to assist in the production of a program called The Primary Producers, which was a radio program, part of the extension service of the Ministry of Agriculture, and it came on every Saturday night. It was a 15-minute program. And I met a man who later became my permanent secretary, Philip Miller, who had studied agriculture at the University of the West Indies down in Trinidad. And one of the jobs we had on the extension service was to go and do the annual census, which the Ministry of Agriculture did every year, which is you go out into the field and actually count how many oranges are on each tree. So you could tell the Ministry of Agriculture what the forecast was for fruit production in the country coming up. And Claude Smith, who was then the Director of Agriculture, showed me a report that was done by the late Sir Charles Dundas of the Dundas Civic Center, who was governor of the Bahamas in the late 1930s before he was displaced by the Duke of Windsor, much to his chagrin, wrote this report called Agriculture in the Bahamas. I think it's about 1939. And in that report, he described the state of agriculture in the Bahamas and what could be done to develop agriculture in the Bahamas. That model in 1939 has not changed one bit into the 21st century, which is essentially you grow crops in the Bahamas in the wintertime, and then in the summertime, there are selected crops that you can grow. But basically, the winter growing season from October to March is when you get the bumper crops. And I think North Andros became a place where strawberries, for example, used to be exported. I later met Edison Key in that same exercise as part of the Extension Service, who was growing cucumbers for the winter market in the United States because we don't have frost in this country. And so you can grow. I mean, he had 300,000 bushels of cucumbers. I didn't think such a thing was possible in the Bahamas, but he became an extremely well-off man as a result of that investment in agriculture. At the time, in 1974, when I came home, the people who were working at the Ministry of Agriculture, I've also already mentioned Claude Smith. Claude Smith was married to a Jamaican lady, and they moved back home to run the sugar plantation in Abaco, which eventually collapsed, and we sold the mill. But he became the director of agriculture, and he had this team of people around him. Philip Miller, Godfrey Eneas, Roosevelt Finlayson are the names I remember. Carlton Francis, who was very much a supporter of agriculture, got scholarships for Bahamian students to go to Tuskegee. I remember setting up a picture with 5 young students. One of them was Coe Smith, another was McClellan Stubbs, and they all went off to Tuskegee and got scholarships to come back and do agriculture in the country. So it was this winter crop. When I got engaged in it, 1974-75, the Bahamas was self-sufficient in pork, self-sufficient in egg production, self-sufficient in milk. And in the wintertime, the tariff structure was put in place so that citrus was protected. So when winter came, the tariff was raised on those products, and you could not import them or you could import them, except it'd be very expensive to do so. So it was a disincentive to import, and it was a protection for the farmers of the country. Now, somewhere along the line, this philosophical divide line I talked about was crossed when the regime changed in 1992. Up to that time, and I heard the leader speak about the packing houses and whether that model is outdated, and he was chiding the minister for going backwards, I think is the way he described it. Up to that time, agriculture in our country was largely totally subsidized by the Bahamas government. So if you were a farmer in the Family Islands or any island, you reaped your crops, you took them to the packing house or to the produce exchange, and they bought whatever it is. Now, I think one of the criticisms the leader said was it resulted in dumping or wastage, a lot of wastage. But a decision was taken in 1992, to cap the subsidy to these farmers at, I believe, $9,000 per farmer per year. Was it? 6, okay, that's even worse. But I thought it was 9,000. And once that happened, and I remember one of the farmers who grew Scotch bonnets or goat peppers in Eleuthera. Business totally collapsed. Now, I spoke to the people who then ran the Ministry of Finance at the political level, and their view was this: why should the Bahamas spend its energy, time, and money trying to make chicken or to grow chicken in the Bahamas when you could import it from Florida at 10% of the price? Why do it? It's better for you to just do what you do, which is tourism, and import the food. That was the proposition, and it was stark like this. You could, Madam Speaker, you could put the duty at whatever it was, twice the value, so that you were ending up, I think at the time, selling chicken for $1.29 per pound in this country. And that still was, you could still import stuff, even with those tariffs, cheaper than from the United States. But the result of that was that people went out of business. So the cap, the removal of the tariffs as an incentive or disincentive to importing duties, I think you substituted it with a licensing provision, so that if you actually ran out of chicken here, what you do is you went to, like if you're Milo Butler and Sons, you go to the government and they give you a permission to bring in at a particular price. That's a philosophical difference. My view was, and our view was, that agriculture had to be subsidized not only for food security, which we later found out, I'll come to this food security issue, but agriculture had to be subsidized because the Family Islands were being denuded of their population. And one of the things that kept the population in the islands was the fact that you had farmers there. So they had income and people had a reason to stay. So the result of this was a kind of double whammy. The food security issue became a matter of concern, and when it really became a matter of concern was after the 9/11 incident in New York. The country's ports were closed, or the U.S. closed its ports for almost 3 weeks. The warehouses here started running out of food, and we suddenly said, oh my God, I mean, what are we going to do if we have no food? Luckily, things opened up again and they started going. And people then realized that there's importance to having food security, which has more to do than with economics. And that's why, as expensive as it is, subsidizing farming, subsidizing agriculture is important to get it going and to keep it going. And the experts in this, never mind all this stuff about the free market in the United States, I assure you that their farmers are totally and absolutely subsidized by the U.S. government. And it's the most protectionist market. That's the reason why the World Trade Organization can't go any farther than it is today, because they can't make an agreement on the elimination of subsidies for agriculture with the United States. And it ain't going to happen. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. The farmers in the United States have a lobby, and they're going to be supported. And one of the reasons why the United States is as powerful a country as it is because of its ability to feed itself and feed the rest of the world. So that is why we are where we are and why we are bringing this BAMSI bill. And I'm glad to see that, notwithstanding the philosophical differences that we have talked about here today, that we are all going to support this bill, because I think the bill is important. It's not revolutionary or rocket science. It's simply putting a corporate sheen or pall on the agricultural establishment in North Andros, which is to say it now becomes a corporation, is able to defend itself in law, it's able to purchase, it's able to enter into contracts, and it has a board and a structure to run it. But that's really where we are. Now, the other experience I would mention is in Grand Bahama, because what I also learned in this foray into agriculture as an early journalist is that there are 4 pine islands in the Bahamas. Those islands are New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, and Andros. And on those pine islands, you have the best water lenses, and so they are also the flattest land and the best land for agriculture. And so what has happened is that all those lands the trees have been cleared, and the land has been plowed, and that's where the agriculture takes place. And so one of my first experiences as an attorney was to work for the Overseas Private Investment Corporation of the United States, which is now, I think they call themselves the Export-Import Bank now of the U.S. But they were engaged in an agreement with the Parker brothers in Grand Bahama. And the Parker brothers had a huge farm. There's like 500 acres or so. And they used to grow papaya, or papaws, as we say in the Bahamas. The little ones, these were also done for export and FDA approved for export out of Grand Bahama. The point of saying all of this is, in addition to that, if you go into Cowpen Road or on Carmichael Road, where parcels of land were given out, crown land were given out, even small acres of land, you will find people doing what I call selected or specialized farming. For example, I think one of Audley Kemp's daughters has a farm, a small farm. Teresa, yeah. And she prepares these greens for the hotel, like basil and mint and those kinds of things. Microgreens, that's what they call it. And that is also a specialized area, which has a lot of growth potential. I always thought that we ought to, as a government, make a policy decision that certain foods are we talk about breadbasket items, but I've forgotten the expression now. But these are sort of the essentials, so that you know that in this country, no matter what happens, we can always have potatoes, and we can always have it's staples. Yeah, right. So you have a staple, which you make sure that notwithstanding anything, you always have it in storage, so the country never faces the issue of starvation, like the potato famine in Ireland, where the agricultural policy there resulted in the death of thousands of people in Ireland as a result of economic decisions taken by the then British government. But that's what I was thinking. And you think about this because, again, since I was a child, when March came along, my father was from Baintown, and I think they were just like one generation away from subsistence farming. And so what they grew up with is the pattern of planting pigeon peas in March, so that by Christmas time, everybody had green peas for peas and rice for Christmas Day. That has all fallen away. That dodoesn't happen. And peas, pigeon peas are supposed to be some of the easiest crops. It self-fertilizes at its roots. It self-fertilizes, so it can grow almost anywhere. It takes approximately 9 months to come to maturity. So you got to plant in March if you want to get it in December. And my parents used to had what they call a lot, a double lot in Collins Avenue, and my father kept planted pigeon peas in this lot, and I just remember as a child wandering into the lot. I tried it. I was down in Long Island. I tried it, and because I used to actually eat green peas, I used to go in the place, shell them as a child, and eat the actual green peas as a child. And I thought that it tasted really great then, but I tried that as an adult. My God, I just think to myself, how could I possibly have done that, right? But again, pigeon peas is an easy thing, but most of the pigeon peas, Madam Speaker, in the country, if not all these days, I think come from Nigeria or from Africa. And the Trinidadians have developed, because one of the things is to get people to pick it, because I remember my mom making us shell the green peas, and of course your fingers get all muddy as a result of it. So the Trinidadians in the University of the West Indies in Trinidad developed a pigeon pea tree, which is this high off the ground, not the tall bush that we know. And they did that because this would allow machines to actually reap the peas and actually shell the peas. So things have changed since all of that. So, Madam Speaker, in summary, it just seems to me that we all agree that BAMSI needs to be incorporated, and that the structure is what it is. This is a normal structure for corporations, for public corporations in the Bahamas. But the philosophical difference, it appears to me, to be the question of to what extent does the government intervene in agriculture. And my view, I think the view of most of my colleagues, is that without government driving agriculture, without investing directly in agriculture, including supporting farmers directly, because one of the issues you'd find is younger people saying, look, I want to go into farming, but I don't have the capital for it. So there's the question of capital and how do you support them and the expertise to help them get off the ground with their farming projects. So that's where it appears to be the division. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to assure the member for Fox Hill, there is no philosophical difference between us in terms of subsidy. The Bahamas, when we came to office, had one of the lowest rates of subsidy in the Caribbean. And so we looked at those figures, and we made a determination to fundamentally change the subsidy package. And that was part of the reason why, apart from the assistance right after Dorian, there was a $5 million grant set aside to help farmers and fishers. Secondly, what was built into the budget itself was $1 million for green and blue initiatives. And then also there was additional funding allocated for persons who had technology-related kinds of initiatives. The only slight difference is on state-owned enterprise, which I believe we also share a similar view, that there has to be a reduction of the cost of state-owned enterprises to the government. And in our case, we treated the packing houses, the slaughterhouse system, which right now only has the abattoir, and the feed mill, as state-owned enterprises that can empower a number of Bahamians, because we were not running it as a government efficiently. And so by putting it in private hands with government involvement through public-private partnership, we stood a better chance of facilitating the empowerment of farmers. And as you build capacity of farmers, they can bypass the packing house because they would go to market directly without having to benefit from government.
Yeah. So we're all one happy family then. And you can just say all in favor, say aye. But I mean, certainly listening to you this morning, that's not the way it appeared.
So that was the impact of the blows.
No. Well, no blow landed on me, I can assure you. Teflon Dawn, man. But that's the issue. So I want the people of the country to know that the Bahamas government, in its present incarnation, supports the subsidies for agriculture, that it must be driven by the government, not just as an investor of last resort, but as the primary driver of agriculture and food production in our country, because it will not get off the ground unless we do so. I've covered a lot of ground with this, but the question of education and getting our younger people to think in terms of farming as a career and to support them in the career, that is also important. The school at L.W. Young right now told me, I guess before the pandemic, that one of the more illuminating and interesting classes for young people at L.W. Young was the fact that they had this agriculture program where they were raising chickens. And I don't know if you remember that observation made. There was a Harvard team, Madam Speaker, that came down to the Bahamas. They were doing some urban planning work here. And they went through the islands of the Exumas as part of that plan. And one of the things they discovered is that people had forgotten how to raise chickens. Now, again, as a child, almost every yard had a pen with chickens running around and eggs, right, a chicken coop. And one of my colleagues, I think Senator Michael Halkitis, this Harvard team actually went and tried to retool people with the skills to build a chicken coop and teach people how to keep chickens in a chicken coop. Michael Halkitis put a chicken coop in the back of his yard, and he tells you get 2-3 eggs a day or something from the chickens. So, yeah, this is how you kept yourself going as a subsistence farmer in the country. So I'm saying it can be done. And I hope that since we are all singing Kumbaya this afternoon and holding hands, this means that the whole project of agriculture will move forward, because I've had so many people who want to get off the ground, don't have the capital, have the ideas, have the expertise, but they need the support of the government to get this done. I want to thank, in particular, the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Perry Christie, for his vision, for picking up the baton from Sir Lyndon Pindling, who challenged us in his generation to create self-sufficiency for our country. And we now, under the now Prime Minister, the Member Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, have the awesome responsibility to carry the project farther, if not to complete it itself. I thank you and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Alberco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to humbly stand here in this great house on behalf of Central and South Alberco to speak on the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, before I get into the debate on the bill, I must speak on what is on the mind of my fellow Alberconians. As I am not a poet with smooth words as other honorable members in this House, however, I would like to echo some of the honorable members' sentiments. Unchecked power in the hands of politicians and the mention of excessive spending of the people's money. The recent developments that have come to light of the debris management site in Treasure Key area in Great Alberco and the previous director of the DRA. It is a shame that when we needed help, real help, and true compassion, the duties looked to be neglected. More importantly, it is the historical and record-breaking waste of millions of dollars of the people's money as it comes to the contracts awarded and little oversight or checks and balances.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
I just want to clarify a few things for the member. The member is saying wasteful money in terms of debris management, Treasure Key especially. There are 4 debris sites. These sites, we would have gone out to international bidders and they would have looked and assessed and determined the amount of debris in terms of tonnage or metric square yards, and we would have collected about 3.5 million square yards of debris. In the international market, they compared that with the same 3.5 that would have been collected in other jurisdictions, hurricane, and that would have cost a minimum of $98 million. Those are the assessments we would have gotten. We did it, cleaned up Alberco, for less than $40 million, when the international arena was saying $98 million minimum. I think we did an excellent job, considering the cost. We saved the country over $50 million. Now, the challenge that the member would have, we have collected, we are in what you would call Hurricane Alley, where we are exposed to hurricane yearly. And it may hit every year, every 2 years, every 3 years, we don't know. But they now must concentrate on collecting the debris that we had collected and put at dump sites and have it moved off the island. That was the next stage that had to be done. And if they don't do it, and hurricane strikes Alberco, there are going to be missiles flying around like God knows what.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Alberco.
Thank you, sir. What I am particularly driven to speak about is when you look at the other sites, there is clear management and personnel on ground, including security and so on and so forth. This particular site had not. So the millions that I'm speaking about that is a waste of the people's money is the oversight and the checks and balances on such sites. But without further ado, I would like to just express that as this was going on, my beloved Alberco still struggles daily. These funds have been better spent and with some further oversight on particular debris management sites. But not to sit on this matter long, we're here to debate the BAMSI bill. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to speak a little bit about my take and my outlook on this particular bill at hand. The Bahamas is currently very vulnerable to food scarcity and shortages. Having personally felt food shortages after Hurricane Dorian due to the lack of shipping coming to the Abacos, many Abaconians saw firsthand how much we really rely on weekly imports. If it were not for our friends from abroad and other islands in the Bahamas coming to our aid, we would have had many go hungry. This has sparked interest in many Bahamians with their own backyard gardening and talking about farming once again. Our reliance on shipping imports was further confirmed during the COVID pandemic, when it was highlighted that shortages on the world stage directly relate to our food shortages at home. Many shelves have been left empty and products have been hard to come by, especially in the family islands where extra trips by freight are usually needed. It is common for out islanders to know what days the boats come in so that we can go to the grocery store and shop. Otherwise, they may not have the produce or items they usually the regular use. 1 week of bad weather affects the entire shipping fleet and in return limits what's available in stores. This should no longer be the case. Currently, the Bahamas expands and shrinks as a direct correlation to the American economy. This has led the Bahamas to a state of uncertainty when it comes to food security. Should there be a complete breakdown in shipping, there would be starvation in our country. This is something we must work on now to prevent. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas is reliant on tourism as our driving economic force, and the United States is by large our largest geographic group of visitors and our largest food importer. It is plain to see that we are exporting an enormous amount of our hard-earned revenue brought in by tourism directly out of our economy. We import more than $1 billion worth of food every year. A majority of this goes to feeding of our tourism-driven economy. Over $1 billion taking out of our economy every year and deepening our foreign trade deficit, which could be spent at home in our Bahama Islands. That money could and should remain at home, feeding and in the pockets of Bahamian families. Currently, this is an unsustainable approach to doing business in our country and an immediate threat to every Bahamian. It is also important to highlight that when our visitors come to the Bahamas, they are expecting to see our pristine environment, the smell of our salt sea, and eat local Bahamian cuisine. Without a consistent output of food grown in our country, it is difficult and almost impossible to rely on locally grown products. We must build our local farmers, animal husbandry, to the point where it is not only easy, but it is the best way for tourism institutes to purchase their food. This can be done by assisting our local farmers with funding, education on new techniques in marketing, incentives, and access to supplies. However, there is currently a lack of connection between the local food production community and the hospitality industry. Every hotel, every restaurant, and even weekly rentals should have access to purchase locally. Our visitors should see at their tables Bahamian-made hot sauces, jellies, and jams instead of Smuckers and Tabasco. Our advertised chicken from our very own Abaco Big Bird Farms. This is what our visitors desire, and we have many very talented Bahamians that create amazing homemade products. Homemade is the beginning to big business. You look around the world, some of the largest companies in this world were started in a garage or in a backyard. Connecting those Bahamians to everyday business in the hospitality industry is key. Also, giving these Bahamians knowledge and a means to meet high quantity orders is how we may also assist in maintaining that relationship. We must give the hospitality industry incentive to purchase locally and inform them of what is available. Madam Speaker, now, more than ever, the Bahamas is positioned to take the advantage of growing food trends of eating locally, eating healthy, and knowing where the food comes from. The farm-to-table trend is growing worldwide. The ability to serve native dishes with local ingredients is immensely important. There is no reason why every conch salad made in the Bahamas can't be made with local tomatoes, sweet peppers, onions, and sour. The benefits of local farms is seen in many ways. Such a higher quality in produce because they are harvested at their peak. So when produce is harvested at their peak, that is when the best nutrition is there. It does not have to undergo long periods of shipping. The restaurants and hotels can order as needed and not store cases for long periods of time, reducing shipping costs and limiting shipping delays. Farmers can also sell excess produce with farm stands to sell directly to consumers and visitors for added income. Visitors love visiting, our tourism visitors love visiting roadside stands for fresh pepper, jellies, locally grown fruits, as it adds to the overall charm and experience. We have many locally grown items here that they don't see at home, such as goat peppers, sapodillies, cocoa plum, sea grape, hog plum, and so on and so forth. Juju. Agro-tourism is a trend currently catching on worldwide attention. Mixing tourism with our agriculture and marine industry is a mixed opportunity for us in the Bahamas. Some farms like Abaconeem have started to create this by providing tours and soon cabin weekly rentals on their farms. Tours of the South Bahamas salt fields is another agro-tourism business missed opportunity. Bringing tourism directly to the farmers is another avenue we must look into expanding. Knowledge is key. Helping these Bahamians expand what they dream of or what they're already doing is key. Niche markets is another opportunity. So we may not only provide another product nationally, but possibly export. Abaconeem concentrates mainly on highly medicinal neem tree oil in their products. Many visitors enjoy purchasing their products and bringing it back home with them. That's exports. That shrinks our trade deficit. With proper funding, incentives, and great marketing, our Long Island, Ragged Island, and Rum Cay Pure Sea Salt is a product that should be readily sold nationwide and exported due to its high quality. Our farmers have many avenues they can concentrate on and potentially export to even a wider market. Being an archipelago, logistics can be problematic and expensive. Having local farms would greatly shorten the farm-to-table timeline and lower costs considerably. Shortening this timeline also creates better product in regards of taste and quality. Fresh is best. These savings will not only help the local restaurants and hotels, but also help local farmers to expand and increase their productivity and output. With training, education, access to subsidies and grants, Bahamians throughout our great nation can considerably decrease dependency on imports and not have to rely solely on ships from abroad to feed our children. No longer will we have to wait for shipments or experience delays because of weather in order to feed our families or visitors. Madam Speaker, education is key to our food security. and the honorable member from Central and South Eleuthera is leading the way in this. BAMSI will be setting the path to self-reliance and economic growth. Currently, the agriculture impact to our GDP is in the single-digit percentage. Places like Andros, Abaco, Grand Bahama, as well as other islands, have the land and water to produce what we need nationwide. With new technologies such as vertical growing, hydroponics, aquaponics, aquaculture, and much more, we can grow and produce food on every island. Given the proper help that BAMSI will bring, husbandry and the economy will grow with new opportunities in agriculture, animal husbandry, and marine resources. Teaching our youth in schools about new farming techniques, such as aquaponics and hydroponics, will spark interest of future farmers. Every school in the Bahamas should have at least have a school garden and a program for those interested young Bahamians to explore potential future career paths. Madam Speaker, with the renewed Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute, a PLP initiative, and now renewed by this PLP administration, we can and we will be more self-reliant. Not only self-reliant, but again, be an exporter to the world. Bahamians will be at the front of this new economy. This Davis Cooper administration puts Bahamians first and our next generations, our future, foremost. Central and South Abaco supports the BAMSI 2022, and this is the way forward for our food security and national interests. I'd like to thank Madam Speaker. I want to thank my fellow Abaconians for allowing me to stand here in this great house, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to give God thanks for another opportunity to be able to speak in this place on behalf of the good people of East Grand Bahama. And I do want to send a shout out to all of my constituents, particularly those in Sweden Ski, who every time I visit remind me that they are watching. Also, those in the East Grand Bahama settlements, we want to also send a special shout out to all of them as well, because they make it a point to let you know that they are listening and they are watching, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to very briefly respond to something that Fox Hill said in terms of the philosophical difference. And I agree 100% with the leader that there really is no philosophical difference between our side and their side with respect to the government's role, what the government's role should be in facilitating the agriculture industry, agriculture and fisheries. And there's been a lot of talk about, and obviously we are debating the BAMSI bill, but there's also been a wider discussion on the agriculture industry and a wider discussion on the fishing industry. And one of the things that we have not sort of touched on today is the aspect of government grants and government assistance. And one of the things that was said by Foxhill, it sort of sparked my memory in terms of what governments do to assist farmers and assist fishers. And I think one of the points that was raised was that in 1992, that the then government had capped the assistance that was given to farmers, and that had created an issue with some of the farmers. But this government took, and the last administration took a particular view with respect to assisting farmers and fishers. And we were not just going to speak about how wonderful it would be for us to have a agriculture industry. We were not going to just speak about how wonderful it is for us to support our fishermen. But at a time when they needed it the most, which was after Dorian, during COVID, there was an intentional decision made that we would assist farmers and we would assist fishers through the Small Business Development Center. And again, as I was just seated, and the thought came to mind, well, do we have any records of this to show in terms of how much assistance was actually given? And the leader indicated that $5 million was allocated and was set aside by the Small Business Development Center specifically, for farmers and fishers. But I looked at their website, and Madam Speaker, I would invite you when it's convenient, and I would invite members when it's convenient also. In fact, those who may be seated and may have access to the internet, I'd invite them to actually go and look at the Small Business Development Center website. It's called www.accessaccelerator.org. Accessaccelerator.org. And they actually did a wonderful presentation of what the program was for farmers and fishers. So they gave a call out for farmers and fishers, and they asked farmers and fishers to apply for these grants. But not only did they display their program, they actually detailed the names and the amounts of fishers and farmers that Anbai Island. So they put it on the website. The names of the farmers and the fishers, the amounts that they were given, and these were grants. These were not loans, these were grants. Because there was a special program for grants. You could have gotten a grant of up to $50,000. Above $50,000 would have then been the loan. And they did it also by island. So you saw, you were able to look and see. And I invite the public to go ahead and take a look. Because you have over 200 fishers and farmers who were assisted by the Small Business Development Center. This again, I make the point because sometimes the impression is given that one side is for a particular issue more than the other side. The impression, and it may not be the impression that is intended, but the impression sometimes is, well, Bamsi, and I think the member for Golden Gate said it, Bamsi is a PLP baby. Again, giving the impression that, well, you know, this is ours. And you know, I'll leave it at that this is ours. Which again is which I would say we should be cautious in. We should be cautious in because it's not a PLP institution. It's a government institution. Because any government, whether it's a PLP government or an F&M government, has to take this on and has the responsibility to press it forward. And so, you know, we should be cautious when, and I get what she said. Obviously, it is something that was created by a PLP government. It was, but it was also enhanced by an F&M government. And at the same time, we want to make it clear that you have institutions like the Small Business Development Center. And if I was to use her wordings, an F&M baby, because it was created by an F&M government, which has made it a point to single out farmers and single out fishers and say to them, you are special, and so we're going to make sure that we take care of you. We're going to make sure that we assist you. And so that's why I wanted to just sort of respond to the point that Foxhill made in terms of the assistance that governments give. I mean, this is $5 million directly into the hands of farmers and fishers, not loans, grants. And I would invite all members to just take a look at the Small Business Development Center site and see the names of the farmers and the fishers. You know, they were transparent and to the point where they, you know, wanted to be able to display, to be able to give them out to the public and say what was happening. But, Madam Speaker, we support the Bamsi bill. As this was, and as it was said, this is another product, really, of work that was done by the Free National Movement administration. The bill, along with many other achievements, were accomplished, or the work that was done was also amongst a number of achievements accomplished by an F&M government. But let us be honest with ourselves today. While the specifics of the Bamsi bill are no doubt important, Bahamians, I believe, are far more concerned at what is being done to fix their everyday problems, challenges. For example, the cost of food, the cost of electricity, particularly in Grand Bahama, where the Grand Bahama Port Authority is now increasing the cost of electricity and the cost of fuel. These are issues that are on the minds of Bahamians. I mean, one only needs to look at the paper in recent times and see the headlines of the papers and see what is really on the minds of the ordinary Bahamian, because that is what is affecting them now. This, however, does give us an opportunity to debate and hopefully progress solutions on how agriculture and the fishing industry can help us fight inflation. Now, obviously, nothing anyone does in the Bahamas is going to stop the rise of inflation. But there are some things that can be done in the Bahamas to mitigate the effects of the rise in inflation. And so while we support the Barmsey bill, I state without reservation that we are not doing enough to mitigate the effects of the rise in inflation. Madam President, expert after expert, international and local, have been sounding the alarm of the rise in inflation. Madam Speaker. Sorry, I said Madam President. My apologies, Madam Speaker. It's going to take me a little while. However, Bahamians don't need experts to really say anything about the rise in inflation. They are living the nightmare of higher prices in just about everything that they buy. This is a true story, Madam Speaker. I was at the food store this week, and a lady stopped me on the outside of the food store, right in Solomon's in Lucaya. She said, Mr. Thompson, you see these prices in the food store? And, she said it loud enough that, there was people on the outside who could hear her. And I said, yes, it is really getting bad. She said, I thought they said it's a new day. And I said to her, yes, it is a new day. But they just didn't say whether it was going to be a good day or a bad day. Now,
to speak to her.
Madam President, it will be significant. And there is no easy way to say it. Food prices, in particular, are rising for us all. Food prices are rising for us all. And there's no spin around that. There is, in fact, I've heard a number of persons say, look, there isn't anything that in the Bahamas you could do to stop the rise in inflation. U.S. inflation increased by 7% year over year in December of 2021, 7.5% in January, marking the 5th consecutive month that it has been over 5%. The month-over-month increase was 0.5% increase. Economists are also now saying this isn't just sort of a temporary phenomenon, but this may be with us for a long-term situation. Some, Madam Speaker, are asking the question, will inflation rise to double digits? We hope not, but some are asking the question. The former Minister of State for Finance, James Smith, is quoted as saying, when it comes to inflation, expect hardship. Expect hardship. I believe him. So the former Minister of Finance, former central bank governor, and present government advisor says to the Bahamian public, and he's really saying to the government, expect hardship. I don't believe that this really can be understated, because for someone obviously of his caliber, someone who I don't believe has any particular political agenda, but he is saying to the public, expect hardship. Expect hardship. The food banks are already stating, it was in one of the local dailies, the food banks are already stating that they are feeling the pinch. Some indicating that they believe their costs have gone up by 20%. And obviously, if the amount of funding is the same, this means that less people will be fed. So if the cost is going up but the money that they get is still the same, then the only thing that's going to go down is the number of people who they are able to help. The bill obviously is important, but it's still not enough for us when it comes to addressing the rise in inflation. So we asked the question, what are the plans to tackle inflation, to mitigate the effects of inflation? While we accept that this is caused by outside pressures, not caused by the government, there must be steps taken that can cushion the blow. Madam Speaker, this is the government's or one of the government's first tests. And so far, we have not yet heard a plan articulated on how they will mitigate the effects of the rise in inflation. I would like to see, and I believe the people of the Bahamas would like to see, more of a sense of urgency when it comes to how do we mitigate the effects of inflation. Yes, they will say that they reduce VAT, but at the same time, they increase VAT on bread basket items and medication. And the question is, when it came to the reduction when it came to the increase in VAT on bread basket items, who did this really assist? Businesses or the struggling public? We also gave a tax break to the wealthy when we reduced VAT on the properties over $2 million. One of the things we can do immediately to assist is for us to take another look at that, and with the funds that we would not get, then let's go ahead and put that to assist the struggling families. Madam Speaker, governments all over the world are introducing measures not to eliminate, but to mitigate the effects of inflation. That's what governments are doing. They're putting together strategies and plans. Again, not to fight inflation from coming, but what they are doing is, how do we mitigate? How do we do different strategies and plans to assist people so that the effect is not as drastic? I submit that in the Bahamian context, this is what we should be doing. We should be mitigating. We should be buffering, cushioning, making it a little easier to deal with. So, for example, in Colombia, recently they are reducing tariffs on imports. Now, that's a different context for us, but I'm just using that as an example of a strategy that they're using. But couldn't we also look at key items and eliminating the duties, the excise taxes, the fees on importing certain goods into the country, so that it would, at the very least, make the expenses that a business has to bring those and the costs that a business has to use to bring those items in, it would make those costs a little lower. And then we ensure that they pass that savings on to the public. What about eliminating VAT on locally produced products? Shouldn't we be able to find a way that if you are going to buy products from the packing house, or if you're going to buy products from Bahamas, you're going to buy products that are made in the Bahamas from Bahamians, that we find a way on how we can eliminate VAT with respect to those items, again, giving the incentive for us to buy locally, but also at the same time, making it a little easier for Bahamians to buy food. We should also be looking at the concession regime for farmers and fishermen. We should be asking them and looking at what are the costs that they have to deal with. And how could we help them and give them certain concessions to assist them when it comes to the cost that they need? So that if we make it easier and less for them when it comes to their cost, they can then reduce the cost of what they're going to sell their items to Bahamians to. Other governments are also working with farmers and providing lines of credit to help them increase production. So one of the things that I believe we should be doing is we should be taking a look at what we did with the Small Business Development Center. And if we said we were going to allocate $5 million, and that $5 million was going to assist farmers and fishers, double it. Because you now have the pressure of inflation. So let's make a decision, an intentional decision, that we are going to increase the amount that we give to farmers and fishers. Specifically so, we will help them during these times of high inflation. Because for them, it's going to be difficult for them no matter what. For the member for Central and South Eleuthera is a fisherman, so he knows the cost. Fuel is going to be a huge cost. And the price of fuel is going to go up. So why couldn't we now begin to look at subsidies and concessions for them to assist them when it comes to their fuel costs? So that they can, again, continue to manage and then be able to produce the same amount or even more, because Bahamians are going to need it more. It has a direct effect, because if they producing more fish, or they not producing more fish, but if they catching more fish and bringing more fish, then obviously, and if it's more expensive for me to buy steak, then I'm going to go get some fish. It's more healthy, and so. So what I'm saying is there are things that we should be doing. There are things that we should be looking at. And I accept what you're saying in terms of the Canadian beef and you know, directly but that's just one thing that we could be doing. There are a number of things that we really should be doing and looking at when it comes to fighting and mitigating the effects of inflation, using agriculture and using the fisheries. In our context, we should be working close with fishermen and farmers and providing funding for them to ensure they have what they need to help fight inflation. Increase the subsidy to them. Look at what the Small Business Development Center did. It's out there. And then increase it. Double it. It may seem small, but every bit helps. We should also be, and I heard it mentioned today, we should also be increasing backyard farming and community farms. I believe someone made the point that if you have your own farm in your backyard, and you are able to grow vegetables, and you know, someone made the point about the chicken coop. I don't know if I can go that far, but you know, it may be for some people. But if you are able to grow your own, even if it's on just to feed yourself and your family, and you know, I want to commend some of the people in Grand Bahama who have, they have become experts at backyard farming. They have some of the most professionally looking, you know, they are experts. And an expert, one lady who I went to in East Grand Bahama, you know, normally you would have a farm in your backyard or in the side. Well, this lady, she took her whole front yard. And normally you'll have grass in the front yard. She ran and dig up all of her grass in the front yard. And she has now cabbage and tomatoes and all in her front yard. And I commended her for it. And she said, but look, this is a reality. So she's able to feed herself. She's able to feed her immediate family by doing that. But we also need as a government now to, again, be intentional about doing these type of things to assist when it comes to mitigating the effects of inflation. We can't just sit back and say, well, yes, inflation going up all over the world. We have to now start to look internally to see what we are able to do and how we are able to mitigate those effects. Why are we not also? And maybe maybe the Minister for West Grand Bahama will also. I know this is something he is passionate about. But shouldn't we be looking at increasing the social assistance and then looking at increasing two things: the amount that we give for social assistance, because if I gave you $50 last year, that $50 is not going to buy the same things that you buy right now. It's going to be less. So should we be looking at, or shouldn't we, be looking at increasing the amount that we give to people for social assistance? And then we should also be looking at increasing the number of people that we help when it comes to social assistance. Because there will be some people who are hard hit. They were doing bad before inflation went up. And so with the little that they may have now, we know it's going to be even more difficult for them. So we should be looking at increasing the amount the amount of persons that we assist. The U.S. announced last month the Department of Agriculture will provide $750 million more for school meals program. We should be looking at increasing our school meals program. We should be increasing the amount of children that we assist, and we should be looking at how can we increase the amount that we give to those vendors. Because the amount that you give them now, they're not going to be able to buy the same amount of food that they could have bought last year. And Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, we also should be, as I said, increasing the amount of grants and scholarships for BAMSI. I'm not sure why this was done, but you should take another look at it. But in your supplementary budget, you actually decreased the amount of allocated funds for BAMSI scholarships by $130,000. You should take another look at that, because $130,000 could assist additional students. Right. But there were certain grants that were, and it's in. I would invite you to take a look at it. In your supplementary budget, page 173, there's a decrease of $130,000. And finally, if I can, Madam Speaker, on your website, your BAMSI website, there is a cost, and I don't know if this is enforced, but there is a cost of $550 for an online course for backyard farming. And there's a $750 course for what they call an online agriculture course. If we want to increase, food security, we want to help when it comes to backyard farming, a very quick thing to do would be eliminate that and make that online course free. So, Madam, so I would invite you to do it. Take it away, because of the high rate of inflation. Let's just go ahead and do away with that. Madam Speaker, thank you again very much for the time. That's my contribution. We do support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many?
Free kicks, free tutorial.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute was designed to advance agriculture, marine science, and education here in the Bahamas. And this training institution can play a leading role in fostering greater food security, economic diversification, and the development of Bahamian entrepreneurs in food production. Madam Speaker, I wish to add some context to the need for the continued development of BAMSI. During my administration, we significantly increased resources for education and small business development to boost economic development and opportunities for entrepreneurs. We ensured that qualifying students could attend the University of Bahamas as well as Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institution free of charge. We also ensured that every student coming from the Family Island to attend any of these institutions was given $500 per month to assist them with accommodation here in New Providence. And I asked the government, will the government commit to doing the same thing for BAMSI? Will the government also commit to utilizing the Small Business Development Center to create economic opportunities for graduates of BAMSI? Madam Speaker, the Bahamian economy has grown significantly since independence. However, it is still not yet as diversified as we would like it to be. The lion's share is based on tourism and financial services, which will remain our key pillars of our economy. And there have been many efforts by successive governments to invest in agriculture and fisheries. And some initiatives have had some success, but we have not done enough as a people to create a more vibrant and dynamic food production sector. BAMSI is something we must get right. The Bahamas must be able to provide more of its own food. The vast majority of our foods are imported. And the pandemic has shown that unexpected shocks could come to the global economy at any time, threatening the supply of items from abroad. In the event of a worse pandemic than the one we remain in, or a global military conflict that breaks down existing supply chains, the Bahamas might have tremendous difficulties securing food. And food security is critical to the well-being of functional nation states. Madam Speaker, we must continue to make the necessary investments to get a position where we could more sustainably feed ourselves, especially if we experience such and more external shocks. This should be a set goal for both political parties. This is why I support the initiative to further empower and develop BAMSI to be a key component of our agriculture sector. It must be a leader in research and development in our sustained push to be more self-sufficient in various areas of food production. Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament for Kalani, I support efforts to strengthen Bamsi and to increase the production of healthy, home-grown foods. Such healthy foods are especially needed to help combat the epidemic of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, diabetes, and hypertension, which affects scores of Bahamians. While the ideas behind BAMSI is critical, it must be well run and free of the problems surrounding the institute, which occurred on the watch of the previous PLP government, including the then Deputy Prime Minister. I want to remind the House, Madam Speaker, of the many difficulties at BAMSI during that period. I wish to lay on the table at the end of the House a March 12, 2015 Tribune story under the headline, and I quote, "DPM misled Parliament over BAMSI" by Krishna Virgil. The report noted, and I quote, "Works Minister Philip Davis yesterday backtracked from his initial comments that the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute's fire damage dorms insurance policy had lapsed." It went on instead, he confirmed that 2.6 million structure never had all risk insurance coverage, something that was not revealed until 2 months after it was severely damaged by flames on January 15th. He said this oversight was due to an administrative error. Mr. Davis said the contractor stands fully liable for the construction outlay to date, totaling $2,550,864.15. However, estimates already submitted to the government peg construction costs at around $5.5 million, Mr. Davis said. Went on, this comes 2 weeks after the Deputy Prime Minister told parliamentarians that the buildings contractor, Audley Hanna of Paradigm Construction, was negligent in paying the dorm's annual insurance premium. And during the February 25th House of Assembly session, Mr. Davis said, when Mr. Hanna signed the building contract, he had everything that was required to take on the project with the Ministry of Works, which included a contractor's all risk insurance. It went on, however, Mr. Davis's tone changed in the House of Assembly yesterday as he admitted that Mr. Hanna submitted every required document to the government except an insurance policy certificate. He said he did not receive the contractor's file until March 2nd, which was when he said he learned the facts of the matter. The Tribune story continued, Madam Speaker. Despite the absence of the insurance certificate, Mr. Davis said money was still issued to the contractor. Ms. Davis said, while this administration has historically been known to give those in need a hand up, there could be no plausible explanation for what happened in this case. Further went on, while he could not speculate if there was an arrangement for the Ministry of Works to advance the premium to the insurance company from the mobilization payment, the policy should have been in place. Madam Speaker, the member of Cat Island demonstrated gross mismanagement, poor oversight, and confusion as the Minister of Works in relation to BAMSI. Let us hope that the handling of matters at BAMSI on his watch as Prime Minister will not be rife with many of the same or new administrative errors. Madam Speaker, there is widespread consensus on diversifying our economy and significantly expanding the agriculture and fisheries sector. Many thought we also had consensus on tax policy towards the poor. Developing BAMSI is important. Protecting the poor from high food prices is also critical as a matter of fairness and social and economic justice. It was shocking.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
But the issue raised with regard to the former contractor of the BAMSI Dome, who I must say, the late Audley Hanna. Madam Speaker, a lot has been made, a lot of it in the public domain. But I think there's a counterbalance, there's a point to be made here. When that building was destroyed, Madam Speaker, the contract value was, I think, around $4.2 million. At the point, and I'm not a contractor, those in here who may know better would know that windows, doors, I think the generator was also inside along with long lead items. From any contractor, I'm advised it's around 80%. Yet I could say that the drawdown was around 50%. Mr. Banner may have had his fault. The issue of the non-insurance is a value one, but one to be raised. However, I think there should be a fair picture. This is the same contractor who delivered on one of the dorms for the detention center within budget, on time, who delivered the industrial tribunal. As a matter of fact, I think he was paid after he was given his check when they were getting the occupancy certificate. And yes, we can all make hay about the fact that there was no insurance on that. Let us be fair in our imputation of a man who's no longer here to defend himself, and look at the full picture. There's a report that was done by the Ministry of Works that gave a complete breakdown of the state of the building that was damaged by the fire, the amount of money that would take to rebuild, how much was left in the account. And I think it's fair to say that after drawing down 50% of the funds on a building that is anywhere from 80% complete, is not somebody who is just taking government funds and not delivering fair value for money.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would continue in the interest of time. At the end, I would gladly rebuttal, and as I've said, I've adopted and will sign the documents and table in Parliament. Protecting the poor from high food cost prices is also critical as a matter of fairness and social and economic justice. It was shocking to many Bahamians that on coming to office, one of the first things this new administration did was to raise taxes on bread basket items and at the same time reduce taxes on caviar and champagne. Successive Bahamian governments ensured that breakfast items were tax-free because such items are staples used by poor Bahamians. Bread basket items are also staples used by middle-class Bahamians. Bread basket items over the years included foodstuffs like bread, grits, cheese, corned beef, butter, cooking oil, evaporated milk, margarine, rice, mayonnaise, flour, tomato paste, baby cereal, soup, broths, canned fish, baby food, and formula, condensed milk, and others. The decision by the Minister of Finance and his administration to impose a 10% VAT on bread basket items is a betrayal to the poor. It is an attack on the poor. In my view, it is uncaring and it is callous. The previous VAT exemption on bread basket items existed to give tax relief to those of less means. A story in Nassau Guardian by Chester Robards, which I will adopt, reported the view of the Chief Financial Officer for SuperValue. I wish to read from this newspaper report. I quote, SuperValue's Chief Financial Officer yesterday urged Bahamians to budget their money and brace for price increases on grocery items. The CFO said, the price increases brought on by supply chain issues caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the 10% increase in value-added tax VAT on bread basket items, present a double whammy for some shoppers. A double whammy, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine a double whammy? Madam Speaker, I hail from Baintown. Many of the people in the area I grew up in cannot afford food after what the new government has done. You see stories in the news and on social media regularly where Bahamians complain about the skyrocketing prices of food. The poor use bread basket items regularly. Many only had enough money to pay for these items at the prices they used to be at before the New Day tax was placed on bread basket items. The additional 10% means many poor Bahamians have to leave items at the cash register. They can no longer get all the food they need to feed their families. The New Day tax on bread basket items now adds to global inflation pressures, making many food items so expensive that people struggle to buy enough to eat. Bahamians, Madam Speaker, are angry at this administration for taxing the basic foods most rely on to survive. The decision by this government to add taxes to bread basket foods is at the heart of the high prices Bahamians now have to pay at food stores.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Speaker, I believe the member for Kalani is a former Minister of Finance, and he no doubt would have learned during that stint that inflation in the Bahamas is really driven by and large by what happens abroad. And he may have been briefed or not that the current levels of inflation in the world is due in large measure due to supply chain issues and other external factors that impact our country and the world. It is therefore disingenuous, Madam Speaker, for the member to suggest that the cost of food and the increasing costs in the grocery store is as a result of any action taken by this government in the last 4 months. It is simply wrong for him to do so. It is clearly wrong from a former prime minister who pledged on the floor of this house that he would take care of the poor, not the 5 years he had, but during his next term. And clearly we saw how that happened. So we ask him, Madam Speaker, to focus on the issues at hand and not try to paint a picture to the Bahamian people that this government in 4 months would have inflicted increases in the cost of the grocery store on the Bahamian people. It's simply wrong and it's misleading.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Kalani has not remembered that under his watch, the cost of living reached the highest level ever in the history of this nation. Nothing to do with these recent issues related to food supply, which everyone knows about. You see what's happening in the Canadian border, you see what's happening in the harbors, etc. Not only that, the member should recall that when he led the charge for increasing VAT across the board by 60% on every product in this nation, that he was warned that it would cause for the reduction in consumerism and also decreased revenues, and that he did not take heed. And so really the cocktail and the foundational cocktail began under the watch of Kalani through his poor decisions and anything, and as the member has pointed out, anything he points to in recent events, he's now seeking to attach to VAT, or the attaching VAT to other certain items is erroneous, because the foundation for where we are today was laid under his watch and his poor decisions, including increasing the tax burden on the people of Baintown, where he came from. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, in the interest of time, I will address both members' comments at the end. But it's the government's responsibility when costs increase to mitigate as much as possible the cost. And my colleague, the member for Central Grand Bahama, had brought forth some solutions. The new administration was warned not to do this, Madam Speaker. If the government wanted to lower VAT across the board, that was their decision. But if they could have also still ensured there would be no VAT on bread basket items. Madam Speaker, I wish to enter in the record part of a story that recently ran in the Nassau Guardian by Travis Cartwright Rowell, titled, "Low Incomes Not Keeping Up with Skyrocketing Food Costs." The story noted, and I just want to remind this House, Madam Speaker, that in November of last year, during debate, I would have mentioned that the cost of living would have increased by about 15% before December and an additional 20% after. The records would reflect. The story noted the $200 that a Miss Johnson spends in the food store at the end of every month isn't enough for her and her two children. Johnson, 39, who lives on Augusta Street, said yesterday that she's doing her best to survive as food prices skyrocket. It's been rough, but we've managed to make it, she said, as her school-aged nephew and niece played inside the home. I work for the government. I get paid every month, every other month. The cost of living is very high. Going to the food store and buying your stuff, you have to try to budget what you have. She went on, I normally spend $200 and I go at the end of every month. Does the grocery last? The Guardian asked. No, she replied, it doesn't last for me. The children eat a lot, and with the pandemic, they're eating a lot more. Then they go to school only 2 days out of the week, so you have to find money for them for breakfast. It went on. A recent study by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization showed that food prices in January 2022 for sugar, meat, dairy, vegetable oil, and cereal were all up compared to December 2021. Johnson said the addition of value-added tax on grocery items is a major factor in a budget. Before you go to the food store, you have to make sure you have the VAT added so that you know how much your bill will be. The Guardian also interviewed a retiree. The story noted, retired and living in a government complex for senior citizens. Hall said he is living off of his small pension. You have to know enough financial mathematics to do with your income what Christ did with the 5 loaves and 3 fishes, because it is extremely hard, he said. He also said, I have to make do with those things because by the time BPL comes in, Water Corporation comes in, cable comes in, and telephone, by the time you're finished doing that, You have enough to get The Guardian and go read it. There's nothing left. Hall said the pandemic and the addition of VAT on breadbasket items, a controversial move taken by the new Davis administration, hit him hard. He also said he spends about $150 a week in the food store. And while he tries to buy what healthy food items he can, Hall said he only purchases the things he knows he will need. He also said he also took advantage of the government's food distribution program when it was active. The National Food Distribution Task Force was launched in 2020 to assist families struggling to survive during the economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. He went on, it provides assistance for more than 70 weeks at a price tag of at least $54 million. At one point, at least 57,000 households were depending on the task force. Hall said that after spending money on bills and giving what you can to church, you're broke. You're living in a state of being broke. The Guardian also interviewed a Mr. Roll who said, I had to turn to other things to make money, like cleaning cars, do yard works, and that's how I do it. Roll said he was shocked when he went to the food store recently and his handful of items totaled $80. He went on, once upon a time, $100 get you a trolley full of things with change, not now. Madam Speaker, it was a bad decision during these very difficult times to raise taxes on breadbasket items. Yet, this administration went ahead and did it anyway. The tax increase and global inflation are now burdening so many Bahamian families. This is a double whammy. This is not what the people expected, and when they elected the now governing side. The side, the opposite, wooed the people into with sweet promises. But when they got into office, they went after the poor with a heartless tax increase on their food and their medication. It is good that we are here to strengthen BAMSI. It is good, Madam Speaker, that we are here to further support this critical institution in growing our agricultural sector. But what is the government's plan to reduce food prices in the short and medium term? Where is the plan? There's one obvious thing the governing side could do right now. I call on the new administration to remove VAT from breadbasket items. Have a heart, man. Reverse the bad policy that is causing some food prices to be so expensive. They should apologize to the people and reverse the disastrous policy of taxing breadbasket items. And this government must realize that many Bahamians are still recovering from the devastating effects of the pandemic on our economy. It will take a long time before many of our citizens get back to financial positions pre-COVID. This was the wrong time to stress poor and working class Bahamians with more taxes. Madam Speaker, the FNM proposed during the election a universal food program for every student in government-operated school system. Such a program would have included breakfast, lunch, and a snack for every child in government-operated schools. My administration spent $54 million for food assistance for Bahamians during the pandemic. We provided unprecedented amounts for unemployment assistance. The assistance for a number of Bahamians ended at the end of last year, and the Davis administration said it is considering new assistance. Poor people don't have weeks and months to wait for the PLP to consider this. The government needs to make a decision now. I wish to remind the House of comments by the member for Cat Island that were included in the May 31st, 2021 story in The Guardian, and the story quotes, the PLP leader, Philip Brave Davis, said he does not believe the government should end its unemployment assistance program in September. Well, this crisis for the Bahamian people, it's not going to end now. He went on, by the end of this year, Bahamians will still be suffering and hurting. So we have to have a short-term and a long-term plan to bring relief to these Bahamians. The government's obligation and responsibility is to look after its people, particularly in times of crisis. And that ought not be tied to any reactive positions and what is politically convenient or expedient. And that's what it seems to be, end quote. Madam Speaker, in keeping with those words, when he was leader of opposition, where is the unemployment assistance for those Bahamians still in need? What is the short-term plan to ease the suffering of Bahamians needing food and unemployment assistance further? As reported in The Guardian earlier this week in a story entitled Rising Prices Push Minimum Wage, Increase Liable Wage and Forefront Wage. The PLP promised in its blueprint for change that it would raise the minimum wage to $210, from $210 to $250, and introduce livable wage. The story went on to say earlier this year, Labor Minister Keith Bell said, though the matter had not yet reached cabinet, he hoped a livable wage could be rolled out by summer. Is it the government's intention to roll out the livable wage by this summer as advised by the Minister of Labor? Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate.
The honourable member who would have mentioned the unemployment assistance benefit would have continued, so I let him go on. I didn't want to interrupt. With regards to the unemployment assistance benefit that was run through the National Insurance Board, Madam Speaker, the former Minister of Finance is well aware that though that national insurance was just a conduit with regards to which those funds were paid. There are promissory notes for which the government would be responsible for the repayment to the National Insurance Board of those funds. We're talking about $200 million, Madam Speaker, of which my learned friend, the honourable member for Kalani, is quite aware that the vast majority was paid for under his administration. And I'm not complaining about that because that was the right decision that was made. In September, the Prime Minister extended that program to the end of December 2021. The government has not made a decision on whether it's going to continue because it's very, very expensive. A report was submitted by the National Insurance Board stating the state of unemployment in the country. We are quite aware that Bahama, Atlantis are now open. We also know that Sandals is now hiring. I could say that the number of unemployed persons have been dramatically reduced, and those seeking has been dramatically reduced. The problem has not been extinguished, Madam Speaker. However, we are where we are. There's a $200 million bill that this government will be responsible for footing. I understand the frustration that is going on in the country, Madam Speaker, but at this point, there's no decision made not to. We are just waiting on all of the facts to come in before the government makes a decision. I hope that further clarifies the matter, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will address the member at the completion of my debate so as not to utilize my time nor be distracted. It is unfortunate that many Bahamian homeowners and businesses are reportedly facing up to 400% increase in their real property tax bill without prior notice. This is coming at a time when business owners, including many Bahamian small and medium-sized business owners, are trying to recover from the effect of COVID-19 pandemic. My government, allow me to complete. I'm going to explain what the Prime Minister is trying to interject and interrupt me, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister would allow me to complete, the Prime Minister would note that he has no questions.
It's on a point of order. It's on a point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kerala and Ramkey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting. I heard the member for Kalani speak to
increase in real property tax on many businesses and homeowners. Just for businesses and homeowners to know that the result of what they see in their bill is as a direct result of what was being carried on by the last administration. Recalling, we have just in office for 6 months, right? And what we intend to do, all businesses and homeowners who feel aggrieved by the bill that was sent to them as a result of the work done by the previous administration, there's a method for them to appeal right into the Inland Revenue Department, the Real Property Tax Department, and it will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So they need not to concern themselves about Kalani and Real Correct, the mess that they left in respect to real property tax.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, that clock was 5 minutes on it. Now, I watched that. I watched when he started.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that I would hope that the Prime Minister read all the cabinet papers when he leaves here to have cabinet discussion. My government undertook a long overdue real property tax reassessment exercise, and we brought in a qualified international firm to assist. The results of this assessment exercise were to then be reviewed and discussed with key Bahamian stakeholders such as BREA and a representative group of Bahamian appraisers before any changes took effect. This was intended to ensure that the results of this assessment exercise provided the property assessment that were in line with the true local market value of the properties. After this consultative exercise was completed, then the final appraisal amounts were to be determined and the methodology adjusted to ensure that the end result reflected the reality of the Bahamian real estate market. The plan was to inform property owners of the changes and the rationale for these changes before we presented them with new bills with adjusted amounts. If the valuation amounts increased substantially, we would have given property owners sufficient time to adjust and make the required payment, or we would have reduced bills across the board significantly or delay until we thought individuals and the country were in a better position post-COVID. If the Prime Minister refer to all of the cabinet documents, the Prime Minister would not come here and say what he said.
Honourable. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carolina
Madam Speaker, the member says that what they intended to do, what they intended to do, that they were not going to bill no one until they would have reviewed it and discussed it with them. Right now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, how are you going to discuss with me my bill or the amount you can tax me if I don't have the bill to discuss it with you? How are you going to do that? Pray tell me. Right? So the fact of the matter is that what we are going to do is correct that mess that they intend, what they're talking about is what they intended to do. What we will do is correct the mess.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker,
the Honourable Member for
if the Prime Minister reads the record would clearly reflect that we would not have brought in any increase in taxation as they did without discussion and under the present COVID condition that we see today. Read the records. Unfortunately, the Davis administration decided against this consultative and considerate approach. Instead, they decided that they did not want to or need to engage the stakeholders And by their actions, this administration is proving also that they are unconcerned with the very real and understandable challenges that Bahamian homeowners and businesses are facing as they recover from the devastating economic impact of the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, many members in the inner city are having great difficulty. The inner city had been declared tax-free zone, no real property tax. There are bureaucratic obstacles that are being introduced, and I can speak from experience, bureaucratic obstacles that are being introduced, preventing individuals and delaying individuals from achieving or obtaining their tax exemption as in law in the free zone. Madam Speaker, I support plans to increase the production of food through agriculture and fisheries for strengthening PAMC. I only want to refer to the Minister of Social Services who stated yesterday he declared war on poverty. But how do you declare war on poverty when you increase taxes for breadbasket items, when you increase taxes for medication, when you show the poor who are suffering from chronic non-communicable diseases, their bills now increase, and many cannot longer afford to buy medication, and as a result, we will see morbidities increase and mortalities increase, and stress on the hospitals will subsequently increase. Taxes on the middle class has increased as a result of you not reading the cabinet papers and knowing what the plan moving forward. And as a result of real property taxes going up 400, 500, 600%, individuals have come to my office complaining that they cannot pay such bills and they are placed in most difficult situation. How can you declare war on the poor when there are members who have done roadside contracts with roads and parks who have not been paid since September, and individuals are literally crying because the cost of living had gone up, and still this is now February and government has not paid them since September. For God's sake, pay the people, man. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, all of the theatrics of the honourable member of Kalani, with all of the theater and the emotion, the member should have been advised by now that 80% of the persons holding contract have been paid in full, and the remaining 20% have been paid a portion pending the submission of the required forms. And it's interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that what is required is the bare minimum. Now, it would be interesting to see whether the 20%, because I understand there may be some issues with some of them.
Many issues.
Madam Speaker, the question is being asked with the requirement being so low. And given the times in which we are, why haven't this remaining 20% showed up and received their money? So the theater notwithstanding, most of the persons holding contract have been satisfied.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Kalani made a blanket statement that over the hill, that it's a tax-free zone. And no. Over the hill, that it's a tax-free zone, etc. And his whole speech was about the poor. But I just want to remind him, it does not include Engliston. Engliston was deliberately excluded. Deliberately excluded during the tenure of this administration, and this member who led the charge out of his office and purposefully excluded Angliston. So I hope the people of Angliston are listening when you come here with banging your table and all that stuff.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Honourable Member.
the legislation is there for Angliston. It can be brought here, but I don't want to utilize my time. Madam Speaker, declaring a war on the poor. No. Not war on the poor, the poverty. Declaring a war on poverty, but at the same time, within a matter of weeks,
Honourable
if
Member,
not
are you
months,
asking for more time?
BPL electricity
Honourable
bill.
Member?
Yes, madam, my 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
Yes.
Okay.
The electricity bills for Bahamians will go up very, very soon by 20%, if not more, because the hedge that we had put in place has now come to the end. What are you going to do? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma. Regular.
Madam Speaker, the member for Kalani went on a hypocritical tirade, talking about how he cares about the poor.
Yes.
I remember sitting over there. I remember sitting over there where Marco City, where the new leader sits. I sat over there and I watched the dismay on the face of the backbench when that member who was the Minister of Finance increased VAT, one clean swoop, by 60%. Yeah. And he didn't even tell his members, Madam Speaker. And now he comes crying about how he cares about the poor when he said he would look after the poor in the next 5 years. He had 5 years to do it. So he increased taxes by 60%. He through his own policies, caused coconut vendors who were trying to make a living on the street to be arrested. And it goes on and on and on, Madam Speaker. This is the height of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. And to see him standing here trying to pretend that the people he ignored, the people who didn't believe him when he said he would look after them in his next 5 years, he now wants them to hear him, Madam Speaker. This is misleading and it's hypocritical, Madam Speaker, and it must stop.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
You don't got no shame. You don't get no shame.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like the member to withdraw the statement that he knows is not true, that my members were not informed of any changes related to taxes. I want to inform the member, I don't know their position, I want to inform the member that before any major changes left, there is such a thing as parliamentary meeting, of which we have. I want the member to withdraw such statement because he has an aversion for the truth.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Getting ready to speak? Okay.
I will withdraw nothing, Madam Speaker. I sat there where the now leader sits, and I watched the surprise in the faces of the backbenchers. And I will not call names, but they told me, Madam Speaker, not hearsay, they told me that they heard it for the first time when I heard it, Madam Speaker. So I will not withdraw, Madam Speaker. I stand by my words. He hiked tax by 60%. He didn't tell his backbenchers, much less the people of the Bahamas. And now he talks about consultation with the stakeholders. He's got to be joking.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
The member and many of his personal friends knows that he has an aversion for the truth. So I wanted.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand, Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I call upon the member for Kalani. You must show decency and withdraw. Withdraw what you just said. Withdraw what you said about the distinguished member from Exuma and Ragged Island. You must withdraw.
That's why I said.
You must withdraw
I
that.
want to use the word lie.
You must withdraw what you said.
Yes, I'm
Out of
parliament.
decency, member.
Yes.
Out of decency, member. Member, out of decency, you want us to continue that? Don't you not think that as leader of this country, former prime minister, you should be setting the right example?
Watch it, Morgan.
Is that any way to behave? Please.
Honorable Member for Kalani, you had promised. Honorable Member for Kalani,
Speaker has the chair. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kalani. Members. Honorable Member for Kalani, I think there were two questions or two motions put to you by the Honorable Member for Pinewood as it relates to the facts.
He's laying, the member is laying documents.
You gotta be a consensus builder here, but you can't just do your own.
Were you consulted? Were you consulted about that speech before it was delivered? Were you consulted about that speech before it was delivered? Just curious.
You will table that before the day? You'll bring it back? Okay, thank you, Honorable Member.
They're all documents, and I can either reprint it, but I thought I had it attached to it. Bring it next time.
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, just a few words on this important bill that we are debating today. But the member for Exuma and Ragged Island just reminded us of the occasion when that was increased, and the member suggesting, Kalani suggesting he did discuss it. But he must have forgotten that several members left this body as a result. And there were difficulties as a result because they were not aware and did not support.
And they spoke. No, I have not forgotten.
Oh, you have not forgotten. Wonderful. Madam Speaker, it was wonderful to watch the member just now in his theatrical moves and his performance. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill that we are debating this afternoon, and I'd wish to congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Minister, for his incredible leadership. The member has adopted the position advised to us all by Bishop Neil Ellis, and the member stays focused. This member has brought to this table what will certainly cause for a new industry to be developed, an industry that has not gotten the attention it should have had before. The truth is, Madam Speaker, we talk about what is the new normal. The new normal in the world is considering ways in which to change the paradigm, and for our country to grow upon the economy. Truth is, Madam Speaker, we have, for the most part, spent a considerable amount of time focused on tourism. 90% of the GDP comes from tourism and financial services. 2.3% comes from agriculture and fisheries. Madam Speaker, clearly there's room, much room, for the development of an industry. That is what was seen when BAMSI was created. Madam Speaker, it's important for us to remember the words of the Honorable Prime Minister at the time, Perry Christie, when he said, "If we are successful, then I am confident that we will see the stem of outflow of foreign currency while increasing capital inflows from exports. In other words, Madam Speaker, he was talking about what we've talked about today, the $1 billion that's being spent, the imports, and reducing that significantly and creating exports, meaning that we'll create product that we could then export to other markets. Absolutely necessary in our country, Madam Speaker, when we're still today spending 70 cents of every dollar we earn from tourism. That is what we saw, Madam Speaker. And they forecasted that we would be here on a day, passing legislation that would see what we're seeing now. Madam Speaker, the minister has to be congratulated. His team has to be congratulated. We've been in office only 5 months, and the focus is very clear. And Madam Speaker, while I'm at it, it follows whatever the minister does. Just look at local government just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. Members sworn in throughout this country, except in several islands. This minister took leadership. He went and he caused it to happen. Did not back away, caused it to happen. He's been in almost every island, participating in the swearing in of new officers and new leaders of their respective constituencies. Madam Speaker, we have a dynamic minister, and I am certain he's going to make sure that we turn BAMSI into what it is supposed to be, nurture it to make it what it should be, that institution that will be outstanding. And his BAIC and others will cause for an industry to be developed. So, Madam Speaker, I'm particularly pleased. I'm celebrating this because I know what it means, Madam Speaker. I know what we need in our country. The fact is, Madam Speaker, when you consider the fear that we've had in the past, when we've been unable to get food, when we needed food, when we're suffering sometimes in the family islands because you can't get the mail boat to the islands like Bimini, and you see what happens when they can't get the food stuff that they require, because we're having difficulty in transportation. That is why, Madam Speaker, when we consider what we need to do, we need to ensure that we are producing more in our country. Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, Grand Bahama needs to have more agricultural development. Grand Bahama one time ago had a wonderful industry, chicken industry. We don't have it now. It's gone. It left us many years ago because people continue to focus on the fact that we've had Hurricane Dorian and we've had the pandemic, but they're forgetting Grand Bahama, we had Francis, Jean, Wilma, Matthew, then Dorian. All these have happened, Madam Speaker, that have hurt our industries. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that the Honorable Minister will find his team in Grand Bahama working assiduously to turn some industry, get the industry going, to cause Grand Bahama to be that place where we can at least feed ourselves. Because, Madam Speaker, it's rather difficult now. Everything we're importing. But, Madam Speaker, I know that it can happen. Madam Speaker, I had a wonderful experience just last week. I went to a farm just off Hannah Road in 8 Mile Rock. I was shocked. I was literally shocked because I didn't know it existed. It's a farm that's called the Backyard Farm 8 Mile Rock, and it's owned by Knock Knock. That's his name. Everybody calls him Knock Knock, but his real name, Madam Speaker, is Luke. And Luke Laguerre, he has developed, Madam Speaker, a farm. Everything you want on the farm, he has. Whether it's cabbage, or tomatoes, or coconut, or if you're looking for pork, if you're looking for mutton, it's all there. But his difficulty is he's not gotten the support to turn what he has into what it can be and serve the entire community of 8 Mile Rock and West Grand Bahama. He's reached out to the former administration. He's asked for assistance, but it's not been forthcoming. Madam Speaker, I've spoken with him, and I have committed myself to work with him to cause it to happen, because what I see, Madam Speaker, is exactly what we need to happen in 8 Mile Rock and West Grand Bahama, the transformation of that entire area. Because
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcos Titi.
Madam Speaker, I'm confident that the Member of Parliament is unable to identify the areas that a farmer has reached out in on Grand Bahama, and there has not been a response or help has not been forthcoming. As mentioned earlier, Grand Bahama, much like the rest of the Bahamas, had a number of subsidies that were available, and I'll pull up the name if the member for West End and Bimini is interested. So $5 million was available. And in fact, there was a request, I believe, for somewhere in excess of 20, I think it's 29 million may have been the request for 5 million. For 5 million worth of grants, but nevertheless, efforts were made throughout Grand Bahama to assist residents. And it was the minority that did not receive assistance. In addition, through Extension Services, we have had a number of meetings in Grand Bahama to meet with individual farmers to address their particular concern. So I'm interested in the specifics. You could help me understand what that is, and that would be fine. But do not give the impression to the public that persons are reaching out and no efforts are being made to assist them, because you will find that you do not have sufficient resources to assist everyone, as you are finding out right now with the food program, where many Bahamians are hungry and you are unable to address the concerns that they have right now in Grand Bahama.
okay. Madam Speaker,
You stop the unemployment program as well as another example of not assisting Bahamians.
okay, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
the reality is, here's a young man with a farm that could use more assistance to develop an industry. That's all we're seeking to talk about. But there's also another group, 100 women, the rural women of Grand Bahama. And I think you would recall that they requested an acre per woman. And maybe you want to tell us what happened there.
Well, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to tell you that that's one of the groups that in refurbishing the office that we have made available space for the various farming associations, including that particular association, and that I personally have signed off on the Form B to ensure that they have access to land. So the minister is here. He can go through the list to look at what lands have been approved. And you know there are 2 stages of approval for properties. So again, under our administration, that moratorium on the granting of farmland had ended. And we have given out a number of leases with respect to land on multiple islands while I sat in the chair.
Well, thank you. Except this.
Chair recognizes the honourable
When I
member
met
for West
with
Grand Bahama and Bimini.
some of the principals, they've informed me they've not received any land. And the reality about it all is the request was made before we became the government. Now, at the end of the day, I intend to work very closely with the Minister of Grand Bahama and the Minister responsible for agriculture, and we will assist these ladies.
So you haven't spoken to them prior to coming here?
We will assist these ladies. If not receive it, we will assist these ladies. Madam Speaker, the bottom line here is this. We want to see more of our people become leaders in our country. And we're talking about the need for an industry. We're talking about big industry. Because, Madam Speaker, if we're considering the future, well, let's look at the industry. If we're considering reduction, the only way we can get to reduction is when we consider an industry. It can be piecemeal. It can be done in a small way. You heard the minister this morning speak about Hatchet Bay. When I went to Queens College, the Hatchet Bay plantation was a big name. We heard about it all the time, all about the things that were happening. We heard about all the product. In fact, we used to eat the ice cream every day. We used to get ice cream from Hatchet Bay Plantation. It was productive. It had people from Eleuthera working and producing. Now, whatever happened, happened. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, you heard Minister, the member for Foxhill speak about it today. There are opportunities that can be had.
I'm wondering if the member for West End and Bimini is aware of what happened to Hatchet Bay. I just sit and listen.
Very much aware.
Okay.
Very much aware. But what I am saying is that we have the minister, present minister, the member of parliament for Central and South Eleuthera, who is committed to the development of the industry and looking at all that's happened in the past, no matter what it is. Not from a rear view mirror, but he's looking in the forward now. He's looking forward. He's looking forward. The point is we're trying to develop the industry, and he's already been able to identify the needs and what should happen. And hopefully we'll begin to see the emergence of a brand new industry. Yes, the education of the young people, that's what BAMSI is for. But it's also to cause for industry to be developed. So one stage to the next stage. And it's always been a part of PLP philosophy. Many of you won't remember Bartab, but there was something else before this. But then came BAMSI. This has been happening because there's always been a thought and always been a part of our policy and philosophy that we have to have self-sustainability. And you have to be able to feed yourself. If nothing else, you've got to feed yourself. That's the whole purpose of this. And that's where we are. We're thinking about where do we need to go and what do we need to do. That's what the minister is focused on. That's what we're focused on. And that's what we're hoping to happen over the next several years. But we need to train young people, need to train Bahamians. We need to cause Bahamians to have access to capital. I like the fact that you had the grants. That's wonderful. And yes, and hopefully the grants continue. And more Bahamians with ideas, and don't have access to capital will have access to capital. But let's remember that when the Development Bank was created, it was created because Bahamians were not and could not get access to capital for their developments and their ideas and possible business. Well, so we do have those institutions in place, because many of the commercial banks won't support you if you come with an idea about agriculture. Many of them will not. So the bottom line is, how do we get more support? So when an industry is being developed, there are many components that have to fit in, have to come together. You have to have, first of all, the land. You have to have the education. You have to have money. You have to have all the components to make a difference. And we are saying today, we're going to make a difference because we have to cause for other industry to be developed. We have to lift the industry. We cannot, with a GDP of $10 billion, cause this country to grow. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. We'll constantly find ourselves in the same positions we're in now. The only way it's going to work is to grow the economy. How do we grow the economy? We grow the economy with new industry. New industry, we cause for a reduction in exports and create a tremendous amount of exports as opposed to imports by creating industry that we can export, like farming, like product that we did before, as you heard the member for Fox Hill speak today about strawberries and things, other products that we can have been identified in the report. I read the report that was prepared. in 2013. I've read this. It's all in here. Before it was open, this was done. This was done by the Christie administration. It was done. It's all in here about the possibilities, all the charts about the finances, how it would all happen, and where we intend to go. So what we're doing is building on something that's significant and can have tremendous potential. And not only that, think of what it means for Andros. Think of what will happen to Andros, all the linkages, all the spin-offs. You'll see a no community grow and develop. You'll see people take up residence more. You'll see more things happen, and you'll see growth. But we are bold enough to take the stand to move in that direction. That's what leadership is. That's what the Davis administration is, bold, determined to make a difference. That's what we intend to do. And we intend to make a difference in Andros and in the rest of the Bahamas. And there are other islands, it's Long Island, other islands that have good agri-land, that can produce. And each island should be producing the product. And as we identify each island, look at each island and say, this is what this island can do, this is what this island can do, this is what this island can do. At the end of the day, you begin to grow the GDP. And when you grow the GDP, you get it to where you want it to be. And when you get it to where you want it to be, we have a better country. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. That's why when the former leader of your party talked about how do we declare war on poverty, well, you declare war on poverty by creating new opportunities. You declare war on poverty by causing people to have better conditions in which to live. You declare war on poverty when you understand that they must go from being dependent to becoming independent. That's how you declare war on poverty. It's not feeding people every day that's declaring war on poverty. That's a part of the process. But we identify the numbers. We know where they are, but look what we've done over the many years. We've taken people off the streets, put them off for 1 week, and put them back on the streets the next week. That's not helping anybody. So what we are doing now is we've identified new places, and we've negotiated. And on my desk right now, new facilities that we will be able to house even more people and assist them and provide for them a plan that allows for them to be in a place for 2 to 3 months, during which time we're finding job opportunities for them, creating job opportunities for them, and training. And as what will happen is there's an agreement that we will then cause for them to graduate, to move from where they are, to graduate. And as they move into something else, they've now moved from that dependent stage, working toward independence. We're then getting them out of poverty. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Well, you'll see it very soon. You'll see it very soon. But I'm telling you, that's exactly what we're going to do. Because that's how you declare war on poverty. We could talk it, we could give people money, we could take care of the NGOs, give them this, give them that, but then what? We're still back to square one. What about the young men who don't have and finished school and, left school and don't have a diploma? What are they to do? Well, don't we have to put them back in training? Don't we have to put them back in a place? And why can't we have a very vibrant garment manufacturing industry, a factory? Why can't we be making pillowcases and sheets and bedspreads? Why can't we be making tablecloths and all the rest and handkerchiefs and stuff that people utilize? Why can't we? Yes. Why can't we? Jobs, factories. And why can't we be using Grand Bahama that has an excise tax relief? Why can't we? The point is, that's how you declare war on poverty. Declare war on poverty that way, by creating opportunities, by causing the man to know that here, come train here. We're looking for you. Come register here. Not that we're pushing you away. No, come. We want you. We want you who didn't finish school. We want you, young mother, who had a baby, 16, 15, 14, have several. Met a lady the other day with 6. Yeah, but she now says, well, I have to hustle for them. But we have to help her. We have to get her to the point where she can provide assistance.
Yes.
Speaker, just last week, my team was in Grand Bahama trying to finish off an arrangement with the Grand Bahama Port Authority about facilities for the STEP program. Been outstanding for several years now. And the STEP program is where young ladies pregnant are able to have some housing and some assistance. But there's no agreement in place. For all these years, so the building just been sitting there. Program stopped. Why? But we care and love the people, by the way. We care and love the people, by the way. Yeah, well, I'm telling you. So the truth is, when you talk about what we're trying to do, that's what we're trying to do. That's how we're trying to declare war on poverty. We're reaching out. We're helping out. We're not ducking the issue. The Prime Minister made it very clear. He said, no one will be left behind. No one. No discrimination, everybody. And that's our responsibility. And we intend to deal with it. But we must find ways to do it, ways to impact. And I am telling you what the minister has done now is, and I'm working and we're thinking about how now do we take what he's created, bringing this to place. How do we put some things in place now to look at the agri-land in Grand Bahama, to talk with the Port Authority, to see how best we could create something where we could then create some more jobs. Yes. That's what we want to do. Madam Speaker, that's the purpose. That's why I'm excited about this, because each time these are laid on the table, each time a bill is brought to this House, A bill that's progressive, that can be ever-changing for our country. That excites me because that's new opportunities. That's how we lift our people up, by creating new opportunities, by giving them hope, by giving them what I quote, gross national happiness. That's what we want to do. Make people happy again, feel good about their country again, believe that I can achieve in my country again, I can get somewhere in my country again, believe and know that because I fell down doesn't mean I can't get back up, I can get back up again. And I got someone who's looking out for me. That's what we're doing in this administration. That's the purpose. That's why the bill is so important to us. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I'm excited about this. I feel good about this. I'm also excited because I know this minister. I know how he is. As he said this morning, he's a no-nonsense guy. He's a worker, wants to get the job done. He brings his own experience to the table. He talks about the things that can happen, and he goes about getting it done. That is going to make a difference, Madam Speaker. And you're going to see this bill turn into a reality for many, for thousands, and going to help our economy grow to the point that we can celebrate and talk about a better day and this new day, PLP government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry? Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of...
Honourable Member, would you like a podium?
Yeah, yes, please.
The one that Kalani didn't broke.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Engliston. And, I just want to say, and I don't want to get into the political back and forth. I got up a couple of times because, there were some misrepresentations made. But I just want to say that the member for Kalani should know by now that, that the Bahamian people, no disrespect, that they have, as we say, peeped him. And, he talked about the putting a VAT and the cost of living and all of this type of thing. I was just looking at a central bank report, which spoke about when he increased VAT by 60%. And in this report from the central bank, they make the point that the rise in inflation was directly related. I'll see if I can find it now. Directly related to the increase in VAT that was implemented by the last administration. And so it's to me perplexing that he would seek to come to this parliament and run political lines when the Bahamian people know what they experienced, what they felt, the hardship that they encountered. And I can tell you, because I represent a community that was very hard hit when he increased VAT by 60% on the Bahamian people. And, the people of Engliston also know that and they say that they were victimized. I don't know, that's what they say. Because this prime minister and this leader of this nation who came in here crying about the poor in this country purposefully excluded populations facing the same conditions that he favored, for communities that he favored. And I don't begrudge those communities. But if you care about poverty, you would not marginalize an entire thousands of Bahamians. And so, there is no credibility, Madam Speaker, to come in this parliament and talk about poverty and VAT and cost of living. Because this former prime minister, this member of Kalani, he knows what the Bahamian people went through under his watch. And he shouldn't talk about the former the prime minister, the minister of works misleading. Because this former prime minister also knows, and I ain't going into no detail, that he was not forthright over and over in this parliament, over and over. And so we don't need to go down this road, Madam Speaker, particularly because it's such a time of great hardship in this country. We don't need to run the political line. And that is why I did not intend to do so, but only because I heard that speech. And the Kalani has that effect on me every time, and I don't know why. He needs to move away from that, because at the end of the day, you know, the Bahamian people know what they did on election day. They know what their intention was. And there is no argument after the fact that's going to change the perception of the Bahamian people about what they perceived in this leader of this nation. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to move now into the substance of what I have to say, and I won't be long. I want to begin. I think we have to, I want to remember the former member for Centerville, who, was it 8 consecutive terms, Centerville, who introduced this paradigm of BAMSI to the Bahamian dialogue and to our national life. In my view, Madam Speaker, this debate is about food security, self-sufficiency, and linkages in the economy. But in the larger context, it's about freedom. This debate and what we're talking about and what BAMSI hopes to represent for the Bahamian people is about our freedom.
Yes.
Because food security is the rejection of dependency.
Yes.
Freedom. Yes. That's what we're talking about. And freedom within the national political context is about bolstering, strengthening our national fabric in a multifaceted way. Yes. Our forefathers understood this, Madam Speaker. They understood because they were existing in real time in a colonialistic, exploitative system. And they knew, we gotta give these forefathers some credit. They knew that creating a new path, a transformative highway to a new social and economic order was the route to our national freedom. That is where we saw the creation of a new day and a break from our past. This freedom speaks to the strength of an organism called the Bahamas in the universal body of the planet. This is not just rhetoric. This was conceived by our forefathers. They understood it. Every act of governance, therefore, must be deliberate because we are on this path, this highway. Every act in governance must be deliberate, not gimmicks, not ad hoc this, not the next thing over here. It is this pursuit of freedom of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. And so we must be circumspect and we must be philosophically driven. Nation building is purposeful, comprising defined, strategically crafted actions, not ad hoc, not this thing over here, not the next thing over there. It is a vision that we must stand on our own 2 feet. This was believed by those who came before us. It is a perception, it is a conviction of national self-confidence and commitment to a manifest philosophy and shining ideals. You know, the late A.D. Hanna, my father, used to always say, we must build this nation with our own hands. He spoke this, it's that self-determination, that sovereignty, that rejection of second-class citizenry. So this debate today is about a commitment to escape dependency that we still are plagued by in our national life.
Yes.
Sometimes so fundamental that we find ourselves in reduced circumstances. So we cannot sit back at this late stage without seriously redressing and addressing this issue of dependency. Rejection of dependency leads to systems of domination. And in fact, I saw a quote from an article, Amicor James, The Success and Failure of Dependency Theory, and they were talking about Ghana there. But they say that dependence theory is that underdeveloped countries are not merely primitive dependency theory rejected the view that underdeveloped and argued that underdeveloped countries are not merely primitive versions of developed countries, but have unique features and structures of their own, and importantly, are in the situation of being the weaker members in a world market economy. And so, what this phenomenon of dependency places us in the global paradigm in a place of vulnerability. And it was always conceived that we would do all we could not to be placed in that state. So the pursuit of freedom is what we're speaking about in our self-sufficiency to feed ourselves. If we abandon our own freedom, then we will find, Madam Speaker, that we will, as the late A.D. Hanley used to say, find ourselves as interlopers across the world. So this is what we are speaking about, and what freedom is about was not just about the independence or building a new legal construct. It's not xenophobic, it's not insular. As John Donne says, we all appreciate and understand that no man is an island, a nation unto itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the whole. We understand that. But what we are saying is that that part of the whole in this global reality must be powerful and strong. Our national independence on July 10th, 1973 was the legal construct for our sovereignty. And we describe it as freedom. And so it was in that fundamental sense. And if you look at the preamble of our Constitution, it speaks, it says, whereas the people of this family of islands recognize that the preservation of their freedom, this was central tenet to what was underway in post-67 and in post-1973 with independence. And they have in here the rights, protection, the right to life, protection from inhuman treatment, protection from arbitrary arrest, etc. However, the independence created a framework or a platform for the true manifestations of freedom. So in other words, it was a framework, not the be-all and end-all. With that came the necessity for national institutions, and these national institutions are part of that pursuit of freedom. The central bank, the University of Bahamas, the College of Bahamas initially, which became University of Bahamas. And the whole purpose was that to see tertiary education to build capacity, to facilitate research, and education and training not for its own sake, but an empowering enterprise for human excellence in our nation. Yes. And so access to education was fundamental to freedom. Not simply, and this is what we can be looking at under this Davis administration, not seeing education as simply the repository for knowledge, facts, and information, but to stimulate a true intercourse with our external reality, unbounded, unfettered, and limitless. So education is about freedom. The Defense Force, that was created. That was about protection of our maritime borders. But it also incorporated in that was the ability to defend our territorial borders, which contain our resources. And that is why there was negotiations on establishing the maritime boundaries. All of these things were in pursuit of our freedom and the capitalization of our marine wealth and strategic geographic positioning. And then the National Insurance Board, the creation of a social security program. This is about freedom, about alleviating our people from finding themselves reduced and being able to uphold their head. And you had all the various benefits that came about under the implementation and introduction of national insurance. And then you develop an economy which serves the needs of our people and offer opportunities. So not that we are objects of the economy, but that we are subjects of the economy. and our approach to energy. Right now, we're dependent on oil. And that creates a level of dependency and limits our freedom in terms of how we manifest in our own nation. And then we look at our investment policy. It must promote freedom of our people. Otherwise, it shouldn't be. And the social safety net, you heard the member for West Grand, Bahama, and Dimly speak about the social safety net, the steps underway to preserve the dignity of the vulnerable and the least among us. Or as we would say, to wipe every tear from every eye. This concept of freedom was founded upon a pervasive freedom, not a singular act, but a combined, I call it an orchestra with various instruments that create harmony and melody. It is prevalent, it's organic, and policies such as this we speak of today and if we go the whole way, or as we say, all the way, we will see a manifestation of our freedom as a Bahamian people. So food sufficiency is the ability to first and foremost meet our food demands of our own people, and then to branch out in economic linkages and diversity. And we've heard about the ability to access nutritious foods for chronic non-communicable diseases, freedom from illness, and to escape the current dependency that we now know in terms of our export bill and what we face. So if I could begin to summarize at this point, food security is a critical component of our pursuit of freedom as a Bahamian people, which includes education, access to health care, being able to hold our heads high. As a consequence, Madam Speaker, we're not entitled to make it up as we go along. I hope we never see these sort of political gimmicks in our national life, because those who came before us understood what they were seeking to do, because they were living it. They were living a period of exploitation and the Bahamian people and the suffering of our people. And everything they did was in pursuit of achieving and attaining the freedom of our people. Food, this faith, the ability not to be dependent on third states to feed ourselves is a step of freedom for our people. And if we do not pursue the course of freedom, and the course of freedom is not just what we're talking about today, it's multifaceted, we will abandon our forefathers who made the fundamental choices. And so, Madam Speaker, we support this. I also commend the member for Central and South Eleuthera for his aggressive, bold progress of this initiative. I believe we will see a new paradigm. I believe coming out of that, we're going to see farmers encouraged, like he said, make it sexy, you know. And if you look at the offerings at BAMC, sorry, I had it marked just now, but the varying offerings that they will provide at this tertiary institution for the promotion of agriculture will be inured to the benefit of our nation. And this is the following fields of education: agriculture, marine science and fisheries, environmental science and conservation, ornamental landscaping and horticulture, agribusiness and management, technology, aquaculture, forestry, food sciences, machines and mechanization, food and nutrition, enterprise and entrepreneurship, conservation and use of biodiversity, game, bird, and game animal management, etc. This gives you an idea of how this will shift the paradigm in terms of us feeding ourselves, ending dependency in its broadest sense, and at the same time, enhancing our economic reach, the diversification, which is very important. But this fundamentally goes to the root of who we are. It's overdue. We have tinkered with it. And what we need to see now in this country, and I am trusting we will, is to see a mature, serious thrust to end the food dependency in this nation and for the Bahamian people. And so I look forward to this, along with other policies to support farmers and the fisheries and our pursuit of freedom as a Bahamian people. Just before I end, Madam Speaker, I wanted to myself congratulate Dr. Arecia Hepburn for her assumption to this very important office. And as one who knows her, who's gotten to know her, and I want to assure the Bahamian people, she is smart, she is dynamic, she is no nonsense, she is focused, and I believe that the leadership we see coming out of BAMC under her watch is going to be groundbreaking and amazing for the Bahamian people. I also, before I take my seat, I wanted to say that with the help of BAIC, I have purchased some, not acquired, I purchased it. Not that there's a difference. I purchased some seeds. I'm sure there's not a difference. I'm just being clear in my language. I purchased seeds, a whole variety of seeds: broccoli, cauliflower, onions, tomatoes, lettuce, kale, etc. And we will be packaging them. You know my interest in this. We'll be packaging them for individual collection from the constituency office. I want to encourage the people of Engliston, go get your seeds, go grow your fruits and vegetables so that you do not have to be subjected to the pricing in our food store, and you have a level of autonomy in how you feed your family, particularly healthy foods, so that we'll be making that available over the next few days. So in closing, Madam Speaker, okay, yeah, I found it. I found the listing here. But anyway, in closing, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that in governance and us who serve, we commit ourselves not just to holding up some trophies here and there, but to be able to say that we have substantively advanced our people. We have a very stellar legacy in this nation. Very, very, very stellar. And the obligation is on us not to fall below the mark, to always maintain that standard, that journey that we have committed ourselves to as a people in 1967 and in 73, and as we do now in 2022. And so, Madam Speaker, Engliston supports this legislation, and we look forward to a really important era in agriculture in the life of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during my contribution, I had promised that I would table the documents. I now have those available. Low income not keeping up with skyrocketing food costs.
Order the document be brought up. Order the document lie on the table.
Brace for food price increases.
Honorable Member, are these newspaper excerpts?
Yes.
Are you adopting them as your own?
Yes, madam.
Order the documents to lie on the table.
Rising prices push minimum wage increase, livable wage to forefront again.
Order the document be brought up. Order that document to lie on the table.
The other two documents. Davis, government should not end unemployment program in September. Deputy PM misled Parliament over Barnsley.
Order the document be brought up. Order that document to lie on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'd only like to remind the member of Angliston that the bill has already been written with respect to including Anglistons and Barnabas and Black Village in the tax-free zone. It's only a matter of bringing it here. And the others that were supposed to be added, segments of Fox Hill, segments of Freetown, and Gambia. So it's only a matter of I can only speak for myself in terms of supporting.
Honorable Member for Kalani, before we move forward, I'd like to remind you that you made a statement as it relates to the past. He's now deceased. About what's his name? Audley Hanna, ex-Senator Audley Hanna. And I was asking for the facts about that. But I will read from our procedures where it says on page 29, any member who desires to refer in debate in the House or in any committee to the character or conduct of any person in his official or public capacity shall deliver to the Speaker written prior notice of the proposed reference. The notice shall set out the facts on which such reference shall be based and shall be signed by the member giving it. The Speaker may, in his or her, I would say, discretion, permit the reference. I'm now expunging that because there are no facts to support that. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah. I was only reading from a newspaper article of which I adopted. That is public knowledge, can be read even in Russia or Ukraine at this particular time.
While I agree with you, Honourable Member, I am here to protect private citizens, and that is what I recommend. Thank you. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carolina Rumkins in Salvador.
Attacking the dead.
Madam Speaker.
Shame. Attacking the dead. Shame.
You know,
Shame.
there's a reason why Kalani is there, and we're here. Very good reason.
Because he has no shame.
All right. First of all, we told the Bahamian people what we thought of him. They agreed. And I suspect they agreed. He over there were telling the Bahamian people what they thought of me.
Yeah.
The Bahamian people did not agree.
Lies. That's what they.
Right? They did not agree. That's why we're here, and they're there. And further, the disinterring of all the broadsides and dark videos and all that they threw. Bahamian people were beyond that. And so they talk about the fire at Bamsey. What has that got to do with the context in which Bamsey was birthed?
Where's the Oban file?
Right. And he continues to talk about what we're doing or what we should be doing. We've been here 6 months. 6 months. Only I've been today. 5 months. Today's the 16th.
Tomorrow make 5 months.
Tomorrow make
Yeah. Well, let me just say this. Let's look at our first 5 months and compare it to yours.
They were on vacation.
You're on vacation.
For the first 3 months. They were
And then I was chasing ghosts,
locking up.
called corruption and locking up politicians unnecessarily, costing the Bahamian people
Trumped up cases.
Trump-up cases. Right? And millions of dollars. And you continue to talk these things. What you say, you all say, what else you gonna say with me? Let's look forward, man. Let's talk. Let's go forward. See, I look like you're the leader. You're the leader now.
Oh, sorry, he doesn't speak.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, he doesn't speak for them. He doesn't speak for them.
But
He doesn't speak.
You talk so much about the fire, but ask the Kalani. I wonder why didn't he speak about the fact that this fire was the act of a criminal? It was arson, deliberately set. And ask the Kalani whether he knew who did it.
Yeah.
And ask him whether that person was related to him.
Yeah.
And perhaps you may even ask whether, I'll put it this way,
Yeah, let's be.
whether it was a murder in the cathedral syndrome
Yes.
that
Who would rid me of
infected
this bothersome priest?
that person who caused the fire. I'll say no more than that. I'll say no more than that. You see, Speaker, I rise today to support a magnificent initiative birthed by our former Prime Minister, former leader of the Progressive Party, Barry Gladstone Christie, who was visionary to recognize that the time for talk was at the end, and that you could ask me.
You're an echo? I'm sorry.
You asked me to yield.
No,
or you have a point of order?
a point of order.
State the point of order.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I was sitting while the member for Cat Island, Kingston Salvador, was speaking, and I assume that the member for Kalani was still in the House when he was making the statements. I was unaware that he was not, and I think Madam Speaker, and so take your time. So, Madam Speaker, so I'm particularly concerned with the imputations that the member for Cat Island, Kingston Salvador, put into the public domain in referencing the fire. I would ask, Madam Speaker, I'm certain he is not. I'm certain in his skillful asking of questions, he was not suggesting that the member for Kalani collaborated with someone by virtue of the relationship to cause damage to Bamsi. So I'm asking that be withdrawn, and that the member, if he wishes to put that on public record, that he do so when the member is present and has an opportunity to defend himself. I don't believe it is appropriate that we permit that to stay on the record in the manner it was delivered in the absence of the member. And so I'm asking you, the member, to withdraw that. I'm asking you to withdraw it. Give the member an opportunity to be present, and then you could then restate that. In the absence of him withdrawing it, I would ask Madam Speaker that you expunge it from the record.
First of all, might I, why would you say that about your member? I did not. Why would you think that of your member? I never said anything you said. I said about your member. I asked one or two questions, and no answers were given, and therefore I would have thought that you'd wait, but you. Bell the cat. You bell the cat. Not me. And I understand. I understand. Because you did not even recognize.
One member. There's one member on the floor.
You have put Kalani so far behind you that you didn't even recognize when he leaves the chambers. Man, please, man.
He said, let's go.
Don't do that. See, you did that to him in his absence. You did that. No. I ask questions. When the questions are answered, then we could deduct what it is. But it looked as though you wanted to answer the questions. And no, I'm not withdrawing. No, I answer questions. I ask questions.
There's a member on the floor.
It's only questions, Madam Speaker.
What are you standing on?
I ask questions. I made no statements. And there are no answers to the questions. Do you want to answer the questions for Kalani? I think
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Madam Speaker, in light of the fact that the member for Cat Island Ramkins in Salvador is not prepared to withdraw, I would ask that it be expunged, and if the member wishes to restate it when he's present. See, Madam Speaker, here's what the issue is. Any number of us have the ability to ask questions that can cast certain kinds of aspersions on each other. I don't think we want to go down. I don't think we want to go down that road.
Honourable member.
I don't think we want to go down that road. So that's all I'm asking. I think it's a simple matter.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island.
I ask some questions. It's the member whose creative mind suggested what those questions may have. It is only in your mind. I wonder why you think about your former leader like that. See, you are thinking about your former leader. That's the only reason why you said it.
Linguistic dexterity.
No.
Phrase it the way you want. Just withdraw it.
Madam Speaker, I thought no such thing. This member here thinks like that. I mean, why would you think about those things?
Just withdraw it until he comes.
I ask questions and you think I'm saying these things about you. Man, you should think about the better things, man. Think about the leader differently from that. So, Speaker, as I said, this bill, I'm not withdrawing it. You put on record what you thought about your leader, not me.
Honourable member. Honourable member.
Your former leader, sorry.
Some assertions as the member for Cat Island Ramkins in Salvador was not present as well. These things happen all the time in debate. So if I start that today, are you willing to follow the rules, Marco City?
What is the assertion? I'm sorry, I missed the assertion. What was the assertion?
No.
You're not going back to that.
Because
I understand. Members do it all the time on both sides. So don't act like this is something brand new today. It is not. You have done it in the past. No, sir.
Give the example.
I am certain.
I like the term. He barely got.
I am certain.
No, what I would suggest.
You might not have done that, but I'm certain that members were missing from this place.
I would not assert of a member. Assert of a member or imply what was implied. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Marco City, take your seat, please. Yeah. The chair will not be challenged. Okay? Thank you.
First of all, I never said that the member for Kalani collaborated with the criminal act of which I spoke. I never said that. You said it. Right? You said it. Didn't you say it? No, I did not. No, I didn't imply it. See, perhaps you should have asked me what murder in the cathedral syndrome meant. Then you would not have come to that. No, I'm just saying. So I know what I said and I know what I'm saying. You put on record what you want to put on record about your... so there's no need for me to expunge. Because once you understand or understood what is meant by murder in the cathedral syndrome that may have afflicted a person, you'll know I was excusing him. From the act, the criminal act of burning the building. The member for Kalani. You see, if you understood, that's why I'm saying if you appreciated what murder in the cathedral syndrome meant, you would have understood that I was excusing him from the act. You remember the time who would rid me of this meddlesome priest? You remember that? And remember what happened in the cathedral after that was said?
Saxon dog
Anyhow.
died.
So, see, now, you know, put it on the record now. So, let's make a. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, the visionary thought of our former leader and former Prime Minister's country, recognizing that it was time to stop talking and to act, and act decisively and progressively to rid ourselves of uncertainty when it comes to our food security. And so I'm pleased to be here to put in legislative form that vision birthed by him. In our blueprint for change, this administration paid keen attention to the issue of food security. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and the critical supply chain issues and related costs that have driven prices up, it is clear that we cannot return to business as usual in this country when it comes to reducing imports and making steps towards balancing the trade deficit. One of the first areas we will strongly push towards is food security. The Bahamas must begin to feed itself, and we have to stop talking about it. Food security must be embedded in our national development plan, and it must be at the forefront of strategic development goals. In our blueprint for change, we committed to providing resources and access to funding for agriculture and fisheries-related enterprises. Our farmers and fishers will play a vital role in a new paradigm that emerges over the next 5 years. When the former PLP administration launched BAMSI over 7 years ago, it was the vision of a day. It was a vision of a day when Bahamian farmers will play a significant role in feeding the country. We knew then what we know now. To build an industry led and owned by Bahamians, we must prepare and educate the next generation of leaders and innovators in the industry to have financial and creative capital to meet these lofty goals. Institutions like BAMSI work at the foundational level in nation building. Through education and access to opportunities, we will address existing socioeconomic inequalities and diversify the avenues for wealth generation in the Bahamas. Of course, this work won't be easy. Guiding the local agriculture and fisheries industries to the next level is heavy for any government. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, in the Member of Parliament for Central and South Eleuthera, we have a Minister of Agriculture who is more than up to the task. Yes. As has been said, he wants to bring the sexy back to the industry. More and more, you talk to young people in this country. We hear them say that they are studying sustainable farming, agribusiness, horticulture, and other related fields. You know, there was a time when to explore these areas meant you intended to leave the country. People will ask, well, how are you going to use that? Because the impression was that there's no opportunity for farmers in the Bahamas. Looking around, we can see farmers' markets springing up and more local businesses that use homegrown agricultural products within their manufacturing processes. The progress is slow, but we are changing the perception of farming as a viable career in this country, and we are going to make it sexy again. Yeah. By leveraging advancements in agricultural techniques and tapping into the latest technologies, we find more efficient and sustainable ways of growing the industry. Take a look at Eden Farms. soon to be Eden Acres, as an example of what is possible within our borders. That one initiative is expected to significantly impact the number of food products imported into the country. These pioneering young Bahamians are taking advantage of containerized agriculture and artificial intelligence, which allows for a consistent and efficient yield in a country vulnerable to the impacts of major hurricanes and the forces of climate change. But just having one Eden Farms isn't the goal. Our objective is to empower young Bahamians to see these kinds of innovative nation-building initiatives springing up all over the Bahamas. It should be a source of pride for all that successive PLP governments have laid the groundwork for future successes in this area. Madam Speaker, the PLP as an organization prides itself on laying the foundation required for our collective national development. The member from Engliston spoke about some of the initiatives. Much of that development happens through national institutions that we have launched that continue to contribute to the strength of our nation. And again, the member for Engliston listed some of those institutions. With BAMSI, we understood from the onset that if we're to meet the challenges of genuinely addressing food security, we had to educate people in the skills necessary to build a modern agricultural industry. And I'm very disappointed in what has happened or had happened to BAMSI over the last 4 years, which was ably exposed by the member from Central and South Eleuthera in graphic photographs. We intend BAMSI will play a massive role in our development. It's going to be a catalyst for growth for the Androsian people. My colleagues, I suspect from both sides of the political aisle, must agree that it is in all our interests to wake up that sleeping giant, Andros.
Yes, sir.
We are talking about the largest landmass in the Bahamas, which contains one of the world's largest natural marine nursery systems, producing fish that feed an entire region. If there's an island ripe with potential for agriculture and marine resources, it is Andros. Imagine what happens when we prioritize investing in research, sustainable development, and opportunities for our people. This should not just be an exciting prospect for the people of Andros, it should excite the entire country. BAMSI is the answer to how we nurture local talent as a nation while leveraging the Bahamian people's intellectual might to solve the age-old problem of feeding ourselves. Education is a critical first step in empowering our next generation of sustainable businesses. The next step is to secure opportunities for our people. This is why our government, in our Blueprint for Change, committed to providing financing for agribusiness to improve the scalability of the industry and build capacity. We have to ensure that Bahamians work at every level within this growing industry, from the ground floor straight up to the executive suite. And most of all, we must prioritize creating opportunities for Bahamian ownership within the industry. Our people will build this industry with their own hands, and they deserve to own a piece of the pie. Thanks to bright Bahamian minds, like the member for Central and South Eleuthera, and BAMSI's new president, the Senator Dr. Eresia Hepburn, who has vast experience in the field and is one of our foremost experts in agricultural policy and agricultural economics. And the member for Southern Shores, Leroy Major, and the Palsec, Leonardo Lightman from North Andros and the Berry Islands. Right. Right. Those are the bright minds, bright young minds that will help deliver our agricultural policy and agricultural economics. And I'm confident that we can successfully make this transition towards a prosperous and sustainable future in agriculture and fisheries within the Bahamas. Many other bright young minds emerge who will accomplish far more than what we can imagine with the foundation we are building for them. Madam Speaker, our country remains challenged by this inflationary period. Rising shipping and fuel costs, the breakdown of the global supply chain, and other economic and logistical challenges have exposed a core vulnerability in our national development model. Without the ability to contribute in a meaningful way to feeding our people, we are entirely at the mercy of global trade winds when importing food into our country. As these costs have risen internationally, Bahamians have seen prices rise locally. What's even scarier, Madam Speaker, than the costs of being dependent on international forces beyond our control is that the supply itself is dependent. Should an international crisis ever occur that delivers a crippling shock to the global shipping industry, we would be hard-pressed to bring in enough food to feed our nation over the short to medium term. I'm reminded too, about 9/11, when we were 2 or 3 weeks short of being able to import food for our people. It's those kind of internal shocks that we have to address. And that's why when the former Prime Minister said, look, time for us to stop talking and acting, that heightens the urgency of now in getting this program off the ground. While this is an extreme scenario, we live through a revolutionary crisis right now in the form of COVID-19 pandemic. As we emerge from this pandemic, we must take lessons away from this crisis to mitigate the impact of future problems, should future problems occur. The lessons of price inflation and supply issues have shown us that the time for talk to grow our food, as I said, is over. And as I said again, this is a time for action. The role of BAMC, BAIC, the Ministry of Agriculture, must be to advance domestic industries to fill the gaps for bringing Bahamian-grown produce to market to offset the cost to Bahamian consumers. This means that we must find sustainable, efficient, and cost-effective ways to get this done so that our products can be competitive in the local market, both at cost and quality level. The government policies and funding priorities will go a long way towards realizing this reality. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I believe that there is a brighter future in store for the Bahamas. My government remains committed to creating a fair and more equitable society for everyone. BAMSI has a vital role as we take steps towards that vision. Of course, we are not talking about something that will be achieved in a day or two. This is a vision that spans years, decades even. You know, when a painter puts the first stroke of his brush on a canvas, he can often already envision the painting as it will be when completed. That's the painter. Onlookers will not be able to see what he's creating with that first stroke, but they will learn to appreciate what he is doing by the time he's finished. BAMSI was launched amidst much criticism. We all remember it. In BAMSI, we have a first stroke. in what will eventually amount to a finished work in creating sustainable opportunities for enterprising Bahamians, entrepreneurs, and enhancing food security for the nation. I fully support the BAMSI 2022 bill, and I look forward to all of the exciting developments that will emerge as a result. I've heard some of the comments made about what is perceived to be one or two big gaps in the bill. But from hearing those gaps, it seemed to me that under, I think it's Section 5, that empowers the minister to make regulations and other issues, those concerns can be addressed through regulations. And that's what we think we'll do. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and bless my Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Member of Parliament for Central.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many?
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Hillsborough.
About 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to close the debate on this transformative legislation. I thank the Prime Minister for his contribution to the debate. You know, it brings pride for me to sit in this place with him. You know, he believed in me when a lot of others didn't. So for him to speak before me is really a blessing to me as a young minister. But Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be too long. I just want to wrap up the debate. And I wish to thank my colleagues here for their contributions towards the carriage of this bill, the BAMSI Bill 2022. I would also like to thank the members of the opposition for their contributions on the subject. You see, when we engage in discourse of this nature, we only stand to strengthen our legislative institution. Yes. I remember, though, when I was in the other place in the Senate with the minister, with the member for East Grand Bahama, you know, after we lost in 2017, I remember all the time sitting there, and they always reiterated, "You forget you was just a government aide." I'm not saying it, member for East Grand Bahama. I'm just saying the side, right? But isn't it ironic? But I'll say in this place, like I said in another place, I don't speak to personalities, but I speak to policy. And this member is as genuine as it gets. Upon taking up office, I was mandated by the Honorable Prime Minister to ensure that the long list of goals to move our country to a better position of achieving food security was aggressively tackled. The Prime Minister sent mandates to all ministers, ministries, inclusive of my own. One of those mandates was for my ministry to reprioritize achieving food security, with BAMSI playing a critical role. Prime Minister, so said, so done. Yes. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say that on the conclusion of this debate today, that in just 4 months, my team at the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family and Affairs understands their assignment. Madam Speaker, when I ponder the last 3 years we have experienced in this country, first with a catastrophe called Dorian and its effects on the lives and livelihoods of Bahamian citizens throughout the archipelago, the past 2 years with a stark reality that we were not capable of feeding ourselves during the lockdowns and travel embargoes, propelled me with even more urgency to ensure that this BAMSI Bill 2022 was finally brought to Parliament. Madam Speaker, as the member for Fox Hill already reiterated, the difference we may see here between this side and the other may be the policies by each side. We understand that in order to facilitate agricultural growth in the industry, we, the government, must drive it. This is of national importance. The concept of privatizing all aspects of the agricultural sector owned by the government, including PPPs within BAMSI, will not work. Privatizing the agricultural sector without a government driver is a risky move even for countries in the developed world. The United States and Canada federally assist their farmers to encourage agricultural development and to foster growth. Under the former administration, RFPs were sent out for the privatization of the packing house, the abattoir, and the feed mill. Only one applicant submitted a proposal, and I am advised by the technical team at the ministry that the proposal lacked the proper formula to even be considered. These facilities were not and are not appeasing to investors. So with that being said, we have to fix them.
Yes.
We are putting plans in place through BAIC to rejuvenate the feed mill, and I already spoke to the revamping of packing houses and creating one-stop shops. We also understand the cap for farmers at the packing houses, and my ministry is looking at that as well. You know, I remember my grandfather complaining about this his whole life when he was a farmer, about the small amount of money that government paid per year to farmers and all the hard work, and they felt like they wasn't incentivized in this case. We are looking at fixing that, Madam Speaker. Yes. The rise in food prices is a global issue, and we as a ministry are looking at ways to help tackle the rise in food prices. And I'm glad that the Prime Minister met with persons today who lead us in the sector to speak about the issue and how we can assist our country in lowering the prices of food. And that is why, while it might be preliminary, Madam Speaker, we announced this morning the lifting of the 18-year ban on Canadian beef and any other countries that fall in line with OIE standards. We're also looking at other low-hanging fruits in hopes to help our fight against food insecurity. Madam Speaker, in regards to the BAMC scholarship issue raised, we are all aware of how the pandemic affected our country, and BAMC was not an anomaly. Most of the training done at BAMC was online, and very few, if any, was in school, so the funding was not necessary. No Bahamian was adversely affected, and I am sure that it will be reinstated, if not increased, to facilitate further promoting Bahamians to attend the Institute. We understand that education is key, and I have encouraged all of my colleagues, and I must say a lot of them is taking my advice, to set up greenhouses at their schools to facilitate early educational agricultural learning and training. The member for Fort Charlotte already beat me at the deal, so I'm going to ensure that my greenhouses in Central and South are erected next week. We are erecting greenhouses at 2 schools, and we are excited about agriculture, not just nationally, but in my constituency, and about partnering with schools to ensure that this sector is realized not just by us as adults, but the young people in schools as well. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue to say in the pledge that we are moving forward, upward, onward together if we are not truly moving forward. The state of BAMC and the outstanding matter of this governing legislation kept BAMC, and by extension, it kept the Bahamian people in disarray. The very enactment of this bill speaks loudly to our determination to making food security our priority. Madam Speaker, this is truly a new day. This government will continue to support farmers in developing modern techniques to expand and sustain their agribusinesses. Our investment in the future of food begins with our commitment and investment in education of agricultural techniques, the transference of knowledge, and the introduction of science and technology. Madam Speaker, as I began with gratitude, I end on the same token. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the people of Central and South Eleuthera and my family, especially my wife, for affording me the opportunity to be a change agent in this country. I wish to thank my colleagues for an informative and spirited debate on this timely bill. I submit that we are yet one step closer to achieving our goal to becoming a nation that is self-sufficient and has the capacity to make the much-needed changes in direction when the lives of Bahamians are affected the most. Education is the key, and we must train our young people to be problem solvers and to aggressively grow our country. Madam Speaker, I support the bill, and I'm excited about where we're about to go with BAMSI and the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment, incorporation, governance, control, and administration by a board of the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute and for matters incidental thereto. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment, incorporation, governance, control, and administration by a board of the Bahamas Agricultural, Marine, and Marine Science Institute and for matters incidental thereto.
For the second reading of bills,
I now move, Madam Speaker, that the House now dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole.
is there a seconder?
Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the long title of the bill be approved. The Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The motion is agreed.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be approved.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that Part 2 of the bill be approved.
Second. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City. It has been moved and seconded
Right. That Part 2.
that Part 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Just a couple of small recommendations in section 3. This is on page 5. That we insert the following: permanent and pensionable. So if you'd go to 2, it reads, upon coming into operation of this act, all existing permanent and pensionable employees. So recommending the insertion of permanent and pensionable.
Where's that on page 5?
on establishing the institute, bullet point 2. First line.
You're in section 3.
No,
You're not. You're still in section.
you said part 2, establishing.
Part 2 is part 2. Establishment and functions of the institute.
Correct. That's it. It's in that section. Yeah.
Section 3.
Section 2 of that.
Section 3, which
Part 2,
Section 3.
Yeah.
okay.
Permanent and pensionable to be inserted before employees. And is that fine? Okay, so bullet point 2 or number 2, upon the coming into operation of the Act, all existing permanent and suggesting the insertion of permanent and pensionable employees. Any difficulties with that?
It's all.
One of the difficulties, as I said, is that I'm loath to agree to drafting in Parliament. You know, professionals draft these things. So what we can do is make an undertaking that, you know, you look at the amendment, but we, you know, professional draftsmen will know, does this affect this? Or, you know, you go and change something now, we have no idea what it actually
Right.
is.
So, yeah, the only reason recommended, and I won't belabor this point, is the bill later talks about persons moving from, for example, being transferred to BAMSI. Those are generally permanent and pensionable. I wanted just to make sure that we captured those persons. But if nothing turns on it, correct. So that amendment that's fine. That amendment.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Speaker, the problem with the amendment is that the words now are general to encompass all workers, and those would be limiting words. And unless we can say that there are no employees of BAMSI who are not private, permanent and pensionable, will actually be disenfranchising people.
That's fine. Right. So the second is in the section 4, which is common.
Seal of this.
All that is in part 2. Yeah, all of that is in part 2. That point number 2, that we substitute the word or and put an. This is the common seal of the institute shall be authenticated by the signature of the chairman or any other member. I was recommending that you insert an rather than or. Correct.
It's still on page 3. Comments.
Again, we can only take that on board because as I said, I just loathe to agree to something. I have no idea what the knock-on effect of it is, but we'll ask the drafts people to look at it. So you want to delete the word or and substitute the word and. But what do you want? What the leader is saying, he wants 2 signatures to authenticate the seal. I think that's it. Yeah.
Number 5, the word, I suspect I don't know if it's been corrected already. Functions of, you have, I think, you needed to insert in that space of number 5, duly.
Yeah, up above, that's 3. It should be duly, yeah.
Yes. You got it. Okay, no problem.
It's just a slip.
Okay, no problem.
So you can move an amendment to that.
Yes. So I move that we amend that.
So I think amendments have to be written, don't they?
I have a written. Sorry, the list of all recommendations being made are written. Would this suffice?
Well, it's not for me to advise you what to.
I just want to see if it's fine. Sorry, no. Is this okay?
If the rule says just write something. Resolve that paragraph 3 of and that's why you don't draft here. That's why we don't draft here. Is delete the word duty and substitute the word duly.
Sure. Right. And then also insert the in front of institute. But again, let me submit this. Let me submit this for you. With all
of the documents we brought up.
Where do you see the institute? Is that 5?
If you give us that, then we can call it.
Sure.
Where's the?
Where is it?
Where's the institute? Where you?
The heading.
Oh, the heading. Functions of the institute.
Yeah, it says functions of institute. You said insert the.
But there is there.
Well, there is
It says-
already there.
There is there. There is there.
Why says functions of the institute?
It says functions of institute.
No. This one says the.
We actually have the on ours.
Unless you all have a different one than we have. Section 5?
That's the rubric. You talk about the rubric?
Yeah.
Yeah, functions of the.
You got a piece of paper.
Is there? There's yours.
Give us a piece of paper.
Can we have a piece?
Julie. Sorry.
Julie. Yeah, Julie. Julie is correct.
That's right.
Where's this one?
We corrected Julie. Yeah, but the is already here.
Yeah, no problem.
It's okay. All right, any further?
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. No problem. No problem.
Okay. Does he have to move that? Okay, so we just move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just that I have to move this. Resolve that the word duty in clause 4.3 of the bill be deleted. On substitute.
What do we do?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Let him deal with the resolution first.
Let's do this one first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Resolve that the word duty in clause 4 of the bill be deleted and substitute therefore the word duty. So, Mr. Chairman should read, resolve that the word duty in clause 4.3 of the bill be deleted and substitute therefore the word duly.
All in favor?
I so move.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 4.3 of the bill be deleted, be amended as read.
This is what he was suggesting. They were suggesting adding the
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
So they wanted to add.
The motion is carried.
You have something in this section?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
member for St. Anne's had raised a question, and it looked like as though there may not have been an objection to it. But he raised the question in clause 5, subsection 2, P.
2P?
P.
Game bird and game fishing.
Right. He had said he would have recommended that after game bird, that we add game fishing.
I don't have no issue with it, but section 5.3 allows the minister to extend the category specified if needed.
We don't accept.
Yeah, he can extend
So
it as needed.
you would have an objection of adding that in here now?
Again, we're not the drafters, so I think it
Yeah,
would be
we just
necessary.
put it in
We're just making the suggestion.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Deputy,
Game fishery.
I now move that Part 3, Governance of the Institute, be accepted.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
No,
Be,
Part 3.
where we at?
Part 3.
The part 3 be agreed. As many are in favor. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
On page 6 under section 7, heading is President of Institute, that we insert the word, there shall be a president of the institute who shall be appointed and insert on contract by the board. So I'm just recommending on contract.
Sorry? So you want to
Sorry?
Three in that same list it ends recommending that we add the word S on causes.
Good cause is a term of art.
As, okay. It's a term in legal drafting. Okay, point taken. As outlined in the president's contract. So again, the same point you're making earlier. Okay. Add a section 4, discipline of students. And again, I know it's a drafting recommendation, but I just recommend that you take a look at that. Yeah. It says discipline of students. The president may exercise disciplinary control over students of the institute and may, for the purpose of his power under this section, if he thinks fit. I would, again, that is that term, if he thinks fit, is that appropriate? Yeah.
This is under president of the institution.
Yes, discipline. If you go to the section on discipline. So what I'm recommending, you have three there, and I'm recommending that you add a section 4 relative to discipline.
This is
This is where he's at.
For the purpose of power. What I wanted them is to add this section. This section here for section 4. I'm recommending that you add section 4 as listed on the note that I sent. The president may exercise disciplinary control over students of the institute and may, for the purposes of his power under this section, if he thinks fit, consult any committee appointed by him in that behalf from among the instructors and students of the institute. So that is the recommendation for 4.
He's at the main level.
Yeah, you see, that's the section.
How does it change?
Sorry?
How does it change?
Well, again, one line in there that I thought you might want to consider just dropping, if he thinks fit, which makes it a very, again, if you eliminate, you have in this, I believe there may be 2 places, but certainly here, if he thinks fit, to eliminate that because of how subjective it is.
Yeah. I heard remember when we were in the debate stage, I heard the objections saying that ministers have absolute power. But in our administrative law practice, every power has to be exercised reasonably. So it can be, even though it says if he thinks fit, it can't be irrationally exercised in any event because it can be challenged if it's an irrational power. So I mean, again, this is something we can refer to the drafts people, but I don't think there's a mischief here because the administrative law procedures already allow you to deal with it.
Yeah, if you don't state it like that, you have to state every controlling circumstance that has to be considered. So you either create a discretion or you list every single thing that the person has to consider.
Point taken.
Okay. So Deputy, I now move that section 12 of the bill be approved.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that section 12 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed.
That comes right under part 4. Fund and resources.
Section 12.
Section 12.
Right.
Yeah, I see you have something here, so.
Recommending that we insert the word senior rather than just officer who would sit on the board, officer of the ministry with responsibility for education, that we actually put senior. I think in the past with BAMSI, the permanent secretary actually sits on the board, but it ought to be a senior officer who has capacity.
Is that in number 12?
Constitution of the board. This is right under 4, right? You said under section 4?
Yeah, but I just number 12. We're going
Section 12. Section 12.
We're on clause 12 right now.
Section, yeah, clause 12.
We haven't gotten to that yet. One second. Get to that shortly.
We're in clause 12.
It's 8. Page 8.
Clause 12.
A, B, and C in clause 12.
Okay. So you don't have 18, 12. Okay. It's up 13. Okay. So we go to, let's look at 11.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that section 13 of the bill be approved.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Okay, all right. It has been moved and seconded that clause 13 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 13 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that clause 14 of the bill be approved.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 13 of the bill be agreed. 14? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that clause 14 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 14 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that clause 15 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 15 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 15 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Schedule 1 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Schedule 1, the Schedule 1 of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor.
Okay, so that is the section I'm asking that we insert the word senior officer rather than just officer.
Which clause is that?
This is 1, Constitution of the Board. I mean, what we found is that if you don't have a senior officer, they're really in no position to make any substantive decision. So on BAMSI's board, for example, having the permanent secretary there was sufficient authority to make determinations rather than the consistent back and forth. And I think in most of the boards, that's the way it was. In the National Sports Authority, in BAMSI, et cetera, it makes sense to have a senior officer rather than a middle management. I'm just saying for efficiency and effectiveness, I'd recommend that it's a senior officer.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to remove the words Governor General and replace them with the word Minister. In section 1.
What was the determination on the senior officer?
Sorry? Yeah. Who's the senior officer? Who's the senior officer? But well, that's the problem. You say ordinarily.
No, I mean, if y'all can take it, not take it, it's your call.
No, just think it. No, we're not trying to be difficult. You don't want to be sat with somebody saying you've appointed an undersecretary. That's not a senior. I think so.
Is the minister? Oh, it's just minister. His star is already there.
Governor General, replace it with
Mr. Chairman, I second that amendment.
It has been seconded.
Which clause is that?
There's a consequence of it.
Yeah, you have to change treatment.
No, just.
You don't want three. You don't want three changed.
No, that remains Governor General.
Okay.
That's an every.
Yeah.
That's happened. Happens all the time.
Why would you not have the minister appointed?
That's recommendation from the draftsman. I mean, that's every other board.
That's the draftsman recommended.
That's what draftsman recommend. That's every other board.
You have to pay that.
Yeah. So the resolution now reads in the schedule, clause 1, delete the word Governor General and substitute the word Minister. And if I so move.
Seconded.
Clause 1, yeah, the schedule.
It has been moved that the schedule. It has been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed as amended.
Sorry, 6 is inclusive of 6? Because I have a recommendation.
No, we just amended clause 1 in the schedule.
So you
And
have,
then-
but go ahead. So
Sorry,
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
You're going to do the hour. I just put the resolution to move beyond 7 o'clock.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that the business of the House will go on beyond 7 o'clock. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of the House will continue beyond 7.
Go ahead, Mike. There's only
Just
one chair.
recommending that we insert the word, we substitute the word, this is under dismissal, 6(1)(a), that we insert meeting rather than months. So if somebody misses 3 consecutive meetings rather than 3 consecutive months.
God, we'd have to take under advisement. See, when you'll agree to a parliamentary draftsman, then we'll be straight.
Sorry, I missed that point.
I said, when you'll agree to a parliamentary draftsman, we can do this stuff. But I mean, we have to be really careful when we start tampering with things.
Yes, under, sorry, what is the conclusion with respect to meeting?
We have to seek advice on that. We'll also.
And under 9, board documents, insert and either the secretary. So this is back to the original point. All documents that are prepared by the board, other than those that are required to be under seal, and all decisions of the board may be signified under the hands of the chairman and either the secretary or any other member authorized to act in that behalf.
So you want double
And- yes,
signatures
correct.
again?
Correct.
Taken under advisement.
Yeah, that's the minutes of it.
Will also be taken under advisement.
Yeah.
Will be taken under advisement. Any further?
You have the sheet in front of you. The remainder of those you can take under advisement. It's a couple more.
Okay, I'll take under advisement. Okay. Mr. Deputy, and now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hold on. Okay, hold on 1 second. Bill in its entirety. And
Can I see a clarification? And this is with respect to
it's amended.
clause 9. Has that been amended?
No.
Because normally the documents are under seal, which is signified by the chairperson and the secretary. If you say either, if you were to insert either, it means that somebody else other than the secretary would be signifying the authenticity of the decision of the board.
Meaning, we're just looking for 2 persons. So if, let's say hypothetically, the secretary is unavailable, some other person staff in that capacity.
In place of the secretary.
Okay, all right.
Honorable members, there was a seconder?
Yes.
Oh, it's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill as it is is agreed in its entirety as amended.
I now move that the speaker now take the chair.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the speaker take the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The speaker will now take the chair. Mr. Paul. Madam Speaker, I beg you to report that the Committee of the Whole has made several amendments. There are two to the bill.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments, having made several amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the bill, the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute Bill 2022.
Is there a second? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment, incorporation, governance, control, and administration by board of the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute and for matters incidental thereto. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment, incorporation, governance, control, and administration by a board of the Bahamas Agricultural and Marine Science Institute and for matters incidental thereto.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute Bill 2022. Institute Act 2022. Further third reading and passing of bills.
No further third readings, Madam Speaker.
Order that the clerk do take the bills passed by this House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, members' statements,
What's going on?
Thank you. Appointment of select committees, instructions to select committees, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Madam Speaker, I now move that notice in the name of the opposition.
Notices? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say we did not, at the time of either member statements or at the time of the statements by ministers, to mark the passing of Sir Godfrey Kelly, who was a former cabinet minister, served in the first cabinet. And we discovered today that his family had not been offered the normal courtesy for a state funeral as we understand it. That was an oversight which I expressed to the family this afternoon on behalf of the government. And so we wanted to make that statement of regret in the House this evening and to offer our condolences to the family on his passing. It is an honor when someone is served in the Parliament, which should be afforded automatically upon death. And this is one of the reasons I'm so much in favor of the standing committee that we've agreed to be able to deal with these things on a kind of basis. So I wish to, on this occasion, extend condolences, and the Prime Minister will have a further statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island Rumpkin and Salvador.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I do regret the fact that this oversight was brought to my attention recently. I do stand to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of Sir Godfrey. He represented Cat Island. From whence I hailed, and I do remember his visits to the all-age school at Old Bite when I was just a toddler, passing through Cat Island at the time. And it was amazing how in those days politicians were revered. He was in his time a part of the progressive movement in the sense that he was part of the constitutional delegates that helped shaped our first constitution in 1964. And that constitution was a progressive document. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also part of the constitutional delegation that helped shape our independence constitution. Madam Speaker, whatever the political divide we are on, our views, approach, idiosyncrasies are shaped and formed in a way that could never be said that we are not patriotic. And I cannot say that when my encounter with Sir Godfrey, that I found that he was unpatriotic. Though our views differed on many things, and our approaches to how we achieve what we thought was best for our country differed. The difference was always respectful, and it was always in a way that was not antagonistic to one another, towards one another. He served the country, and he served it at a time when they thought what they were doing was the right thing to do. Many of us thought otherwise, but who are we to say, on hindsight, what informed their beliefs? I, though, stand as the Prime Minister's country to recognize that he served in this Parliament. It's not an easy feat to be serving in this Parliament. He serves in cabinet. It's not an easy feat to serve in a capitalist country. And it is not an easy feat to be able to live up to and deliver the expectations and aspirations of our people with so much desperate views, desperate aspirations, and desperate expectations. So on behalf of the government and people of the Bahamas, I wish to extend my heartfelt condolences to the Kelly family and regret that that the usual courtesies that ought to have been afforded him was not offered. And hopefully the Minister of Foreign Affairs is charged with the responsibility of seeing how that could be corrected and corrected as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member.
Sorry.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not usually accustomed to speaking after the Minister for Cat Island, but I just beg this indulgence. And I too would like to give condolences to the family of Sir Godfrey Kelly. My family and his go back many years. My grandfather, the late Holston LaRoda, was one of his brother, Basil Kelly, biggest generals in Crooked Island back in the day. And Sir Godfrey and I we would have our few banters back and forth with regards to politics and the way the country is going. And like the Prime Minister said, he was always respectful. When my father retired, he was summoned back to the Kelly family, by the Kelly family, and spent his last 6 years working for Sir Godfrey Kelly. As a matter of fact, at my father's funeral, he came, and although he's in failing health, he sat in St. Cecilia's for almost 3 hours. And, you know, as said earlier, we disagreed vehemently on politics, even though in his own special way, he saw certain things in the Progressive Liberal Party that he agreed with. And when you look at his life as a whole, he was one of those who provided service to this country. He served in the cabinet, and very few of us get that distinction. And so, on behalf of the LaRoda family, who has been in a friendship with the Kellys for probably over 60 years, I would like to convey my condolences to the family.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my family and the extended Free National Movement family, I'd like to extend condolences to Lady Kelly and, of course, to the extended family, to Catherine, to Stephen, and to all of the other members of the Kelly family. The Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, indicated the role that he played in Cat Island's development. I believe he served for at least 3 terms in Cat Island and was one of the founding members of the sailing club, and of course supported the Cat Island Regatta, which is just phenomenal over the years. He has also noted for his philanthropic work, inclusive of sponsoring students from Cat Island as well to attend school. I think it was a consistent $3,000 per student for quite some time. He's also an avid sportsman. He has carried the Bahamian flag on more than one occasion, representing us internationally, and has supported a number of Bahamian sporting greats, including his own relatives who excelled internationally in the Olympics. He's also noted not just for the sports contribution, but contribution in education, having served as Minister of Education. And in each portfolio he held, he made noted contributions that all of us have benefited from. The Queen Elizabeth Sports Center is one of those accomplishments that's closely associated with him and the work he did in terms of its genesis, but also its opening when he actually served as minister. He also played a role in the business community as a legal advisor to the Chamber of Commerce, When he retired as a senior partner in Higgs and Kelly law firm. And one of the, I think, most popular things that are talked about is his acumen as an entrepreneur. And his business acumen augured well for him and his family. And as a result of his prosperity, he has been very kind to many organizations throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, inclusive of the Free National Movement. And I would not be at all surprised if he has not been supportive of the Progressive Liberal Party as well. And so on behalf of my family and the Free National Movement, we extend condolences to his family, and we're grateful for the contributions that he's made. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Notices for future meetings.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We wish to renew all notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now wish to move for the adjournment, but as I do so, I'd just like to inform the House that we intend to come back on March 9th. I've spoken with the Leader of the Opposition and also the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the House of the Opposition, and both have agreed the opposition will be in convention next week. We will come on March 9th. During that time, the Prime Minister will lay on the table the mid-term report.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
So, Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to March 9th at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be adjourned to Wednesday, 9th of March at 10 a.m. 2022. All those in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to March 9th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
The business of this House is adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. Members?
All rise!
So you'll check on our appreciate it.
Good job, man. Thanks.
All righty.
Excellent.